So, this one's fun to me. Okay. All right. Let me just up the boost volume here to 18 instead. As Batimio plays in the background, and I remute it. All right. This one's simple. Big thread through a hole, then you bolt it and cap it, and then make it so it can't move without pressing it in or some shit for a flat burr. You have the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different ways of sticking a bolt through a pattern of holes. And then bolting each one of them to a specific torque value. Even the one in the center now. Why not? If you wanted to. I mean, look at this conical stuff. There's a bottom here. I can just put some steel wire to prevent it from moving from side to side. And some Loctite. It is. I'll do you even one better. You're grinding, for sure, no matter what. Like what's already there, by the way, the hollow steel pipes that you're seeing. Why in the fuck don't you just make that the axle? Just make the whole fucking part one whole thing. Instead of needing to bolt it. Why don't you do that? You know, here, I'll do you even better. What in the hell possesses you from not just simply getting a gear and sticking it to the outside of a burr, the flat part? They use gear teeth already. You know that, right? Just because it's the flat part of the burr doesn't mean in any way that you can't use a planetary gear set to make sure it's constantly aligned. Alright, here's one even really rougher for the vast majority of people. A planetary gear set with some bearings on the other side? And a sealed tube that allows me to rotate against the outside burr, against a solid axle conical long form burr? It's impossible. I didn't specify in any way the technology. Can't. I am the unique one. There's no fucking possibility. It's impossible. Alright, so that constantly keeps it within always a very tight micron range. Which is great. That's the reason why we use them in transmissions. Because that means there's very low gap. A high tolerance is always maintained. It's always aligned very, very well. Just make them from slightly thicker tube material, which can still be aluminum. I just don't understand why. Oh, wait, that's right. Rich people are the ones that have enough money to make a business. And they're not as inclined to know about mechanical engineering. That's really what it sounds like to me. I'm not stating it's like all across the board, but like it's a niche product range that happens to have a very high markup and very, very high cost initially for production. And in reality, we have techniques of increasing our alignment and gap and tolerances in materials that are cheap and are consistent all the time for very long periods of time. Especially when it's like, well, I'm up against the light roast. I'm like, yeah, but there's nothing against like, oh, I don't know, what is that, like hardened tool steel? Like, it's not actually that expensive to get hardened tool steel. What's expensive is making hardened tool steel machined into that, tight of a tolerance. That's really what that is, right? But it's like, yeah, but a freaking light roast coffee bean doesn't break steel alone down nearly as fast as you think. And so it's like, oh yeah, no, it's getting slightly offset. Okay, well, here's a new one. Or just tighten it a little. What the hell? Especially when we have the technology, guys. We have had the technology for a really long time to, like, very much make very small with just gearing. Small, itty bitty, less than micron size changes. It just doesn't make sense that we have these ginormous steps. But it's like, no, no, you don't understand. I need people to believe that they need to pay this amount much more for these tiny, tiny little incremental steps. I'm like, okay, okay. I love this one because it's like, no, 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 we don't have this, which is a screw to a screw, which is to another screw. Which is literally how we use our current machining methods to get down to sub-micron ranges. Which is just steel. It's just like tool steel. They already sell those pretty fucking cheap as rods. And since you only need like a small amount, and then it's just like, or just get them machined to that size. And then it's all about thread to thread to thread, which is a gearing ratio. So it's like this threading to that threading to that threading, then moves it only about this amount. And then all you have to do is make sure that that only goes to that amount. You just make sure the nut doesn't move anymore by pressing in something. Or whatever it is that you're going to use. And guess what you got? This exacting sub to whatever micron range movement that you're looking for, which is just going to move whatever gap there is. Then it's all about burr teeth, which burr teeth are its own, like, really, is this that difficult? I mean, making grooves that effectively start the break process and then just have them slowly roll, like, they're spiral. Like a spiral from center out approach, is done that way to help with, like, us creating bearings, for instance, when we have them under pressure and they're under heat and they come out very, very specifically shaped with very, very specifically tightly tolerated sizes. Round grinds could be better. There's a higher surface area contact, which means they're more likely to extract more. They're also more likely to have small little tiny fractures or have less of them, right? And are better able for the smaller and larger sizes that you can maybe combine together. This is a bunch of maybe because we don't know right now, and this is the world of coffee we're talking about here, what the difference of a round ovaloid type shape of different coffee sand granularity like objects, except for in certain sand and space-based applications, which are lunar surface dust versus sand dust on our planet that's by beaches or deep within a desert. What you'll find is it flows very easily. But you know what the difference is with them versus us? If you look at the tar pits in Canada, you'll notice that they stick pretty darn well. Coffee has fats and sugars. Not much, but those little tiny, tiny chemical compounds, they do like to stick things together. Okay? And not all sizes are perfectly that size and that shape and everything else, right? Which means that burr can now be shaped such that it has a little bit that are a little smaller, a little bit that are a little bigger, and then the majority that are mostly this size. What that helps with is packing in a puck for espresso. That's an espresso grind. That's all you need. They can be flat, they can be roller. I use rollers more often than not because they're really easy to put together like that. Like, they're really, really simple. You can buy steel that are just cylinders and then machine it to the right size and then coat them or nitrate them, which makes them really, really hard and food safe. They're still food grade safe. But that makes them really, really hard, and it makes it very difficult to slowly wear out. It takes a ridiculous long. This is a generational piece now. I don't want to generate. I want to sell a lot. Okay, well then that's planned obsolescence. Which type do you want? When do you want failure? How often are you going to see somebody using this roller grinder? That's what that would be. Like, is it this amount of ounces or grams or whatever it is every day? Or is it this amount? A barista at a coffee shop will go through a lot more. You can get away with a harder substance, and you'll still have to pay for a new one sooner, because they'll go through a lot more coffee more quickly. But also the other problem is, just like with planned obsolescence I just talked about, that's why you can't get these types of grinders. You want to be really frank about it. They know how to do this. They're business people. They're not stupid. They'll be happy to look stupid. But it means you will pay for a new one that has finer control, will last longer, be better shaped for the types of coffee you're looking for. I mean, for what it's worth, pour-overs are great for that, and so are types of French press for a rounder style, but those are slightly different burrs. There's nothing stating with how not actually that expensive, for what it's worth when you're going to buy in bulk. It really isn't to kind of grind that and machine that. For all intents and purposes, for me, it's like, well, okay, I bought a cylinder of steel that's this amount. I'm going to cut it with this type of tool. I'll grind it with this pattern, which I make off of this other pattern, and then I finish it with most likely a plasma deposition and laser combo. It's like plasma deposition. Whoa, I'm used to machining. What is this? And it's like, oh, right. Machining costs you bits, costs you a bunch of tools that you'll have to replace. Plasma deposition lasts for a really, really long time. With a little bit of laser light, the right amount of steel, it's actually something that you can now use as a nitration effect with the steel. That allows, with that laser, for you to basically make it weld. Okay? And that's basically what you're going to do. So it's like, all right, I have to get rid of this amount of tooling anyways, but that's cheap. I can make them cheap. Okay? I just need to get it roughly to the right degree of micrometer size. Then this gets me down to nanometer sizes. That's right, nanometer. I don't say that lightly because I don't know what I'm doing. I say that lightly because it's genuinely the case. They use plasma deposition with a little bit of laser light to make sure it goes to where you're looking for it to go. And the exact amount deposited. That means I don't have to waste nearly as much time grinding away things at all. I mean it. It's a really fast manufacture. Boom, boom, bing, bing, boom, bing, boom. Done. You know what I mean? Especially when it's like, well, what are you using to cut it? And it's like, oh, that one's simple. This is like electrical like cutting things, like the small little like micron gap, they're like, no, look at how small, you can't even see the line of separation. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna use that because it's stupendously easy to actually build your own. All I have to do is cut it from a cylinder. I'm not even kidding. That's all it is. When it's a cylinder and I don't have to make a complex shape or five axis styles of anything, then it's and it goes right through. It's really simple. I can get it done quickly, and that's exactly what I'm looking to do. And now it's much cheaper. Then on top of it, I have very fine control that's consistent, aligned, always this amount. Well, don't touch it. Like I wouldn't drop it. You know what I mean? Because like, no, I'm down to point 4 of a micron. No, that says you're at like 40 nanometers here. I don't think thermal expansion. Probably change that a little. I think you might be getting into too fine of a control there. Yeah, no offense to the coffee aficionados out there, but I don't think you need that level of control. But if you ever wanted to like really, really, like, no, maybe 3 doesn't get you there. All right, 4. 4 of these damn gear threads effectively, and that'll most likely get you all the way there. That's what they are. Threads are simply gears, and a lot of people that are in mechanical engineering know that. I'm not. I'm just an enthusiast and a person that pays attention. I have no background in mechanical engineering. I have no PhD. I've never been to school for it. But it's just a gear. A thread count is just a gear. A thread depth is just a type of different gear. Sliding depth, friction coefficients, and more. Those are just types of gears. Although people often don't think about friction coefficients as a gear, but I mean, that's relative to the amount of torque necessary, loss, blah, blah, blah. Just doesn't really matter much. What I'll tell you is, like, if you want your stuff to be that controlled, like submicrons, yeah, you really only need about 3 of those damn things. So that's easy enough. And that's going to be stiff now. That's the body of it, right? Like you have a tube over that supports the gears for the other 2, which are the bearings that are going to rest on the threads to a degree, right? That'll go down to the bottom, which is your conical or flat burrs. Now, flat burrs always have their own issues because, of course, they are wider and, generally speaking, are something that tends to be a little bit more annoying, right? Yeah, except now I have a cylinder. What is a flat burr other than a cylinder, effectively? It's just elongated conical, right? Pretty much, yeah. I mean, that's really all it is for what it's worth. Just clamp them slowly about this amount of gap. Do it in a couple of different sections. Like, oh, move this way, no, do that. What do you know? It is exactly the amount of gapping I'm looking for every one of these parts right here. Because, of course, I would be sliding the outside tubes. to the inside conical burr. That's what gives me my gap. You can slide and rest on that. Go from a higher, closer and inner diameter to a larger, wider inner diameter to another larger, wider inner diameter. Still has no gap in between for the burrs that are there. Now, that one's usually tricky to some people. They have to explain things somehow. But it's like the technology turns into a pretty simplistic sliding shim. I mean it's really that simple. It's not hard to make a sliding shim. I mean, it has to be attached to something. The burrs. So it makes sense to have a shim. Right? It just has to sit flush. Enough. That's all that would be. Tap it a little bit, yeah, if you want to. I mean, I don't know if I'd go that far anymore, just as an FYI, but that's why I like spirals, spiral grooves, right? Like, you have the initial breaker, big gear teeth, break, but then you have to have like the little pokey gear teeth in it. It's like breaks, and then it pokes in, then it grabs it, and it sucks it in. And it's going to rotate it and start the process of carving off and start the process of turning it more round. Now, does rounder mean better? As far as I'm aware, it doesn't necessarily mean. I saw on James Hoffman that they preferred a more jaggedy grind, and he said that was better for pucks, especially to be compressed into that. Okay. Now, I don't know. Personally, I don't think he's gonna be able to get like into the interior core of the granule of sand, or coffee, grain, right? Sorry, not sand, but at the same time, it also means that it has a way to be able to be wicked out. Okay, so if you don't know about little tiny microfluidics, what we're talking about is like, well, it's really not that amount of depth. So it'll get in there, right? But what that means is like it'll wick away with those jaggeds, right? But jagged just means more surface area. Okay, like it's a surface area thing, right? It allows for, technically speaking, more extraction in a certain area, but less extraction in another area, which is why ovalloid instead of perfect sphere in different amounts can become something that might, I don't know, I'd have to do tests. I mean this, I really don't know, but I want to think in my head that it would. This is the want. Instead of I did the work or anything else, and I could brute force, like I could probably brute force it a little bit, but I tell you, it should be comparable. It shouldn't taste terrible, which is good, right? But it really depends. You know what I mean? Because it's like certain applications would be, which is brewing styles, would be appropriate with that. But others probably wouldn't maybe like that, right? Oh, I don't know. Like, it's that thing where it's like, then if you want it to be more jaggedy, then it's just you rough it up. But yeah, you just rough it up. You rough up the burr instead of making it smooth, instead of doing any of that, instead of having it be like on a nano size meant to grip and then break it and then roll it off into like this particular type of shape we're looking for. Then what we'd be doing is trying to organize it to break into a very specific, consistent type of jaggedy shape that would be as it rolls out. Which means it's effectively just small little indents and sharper corners on its way out. But you have to you have to understand like how that works is different depending on each burr. Okay, as it goes through, it's like a program. It goes through, and then it'll set it up, and it has to be in this area. Now it has to more or less be aligned and have it look like this. And then as it continues, it then needs to start the process of starting to break these parts off and have this part there that you're looking for, right? That's what that would be. Which means for me, I would probably be a little annoyed that I would have to go that far when smooth will be just as good, if not fine, truthfully. If not, maybe even better, depending on ultimately how extraction works. It's all about those grain sizes. It's all about how they fit together. It's all about a lot of that. Extraction is an annoying word sometimes. 'Cause it's like, well, if I just stick it in a pressurized chamber of hot water, the water that I want it at, and then just put it through like what, like 100 bar or something, I could probably get everything out of it. You're like, no, 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 wait. This is basically immersion brew, and then it comes out with a filter, of course, and then it's like pour over, espresso, cowboy coffee, all together. And truthfully speaking, it would work, right? It's gonna work. And it extract everything, but will it taste good? Like, different pressures produce different types of, not necessarily extraction, compounds that are created. A, let's say it was 95C, but it was under 100 bars. Will suddenly force compounds together. And then once releasing of pressure happens, if you don't do it the right way, you have that suddenly either break apart or it'll actually force as it expands to its neighbors, a recombination of new compounds. Some of them might taste great, some of them might taste terribly. They might take a long time to process. Some of them might be wonderful as new antioxidants. Some of them are possibly not that in any way and carcinogenic. Some of those carcinogenic ones might not be there at all. Really all depends. That's why instant coffee is really rough to me, because it's like high extraction, 50%. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it basically just grind it to a Turkish delight, put it under a pressurized kind of water extraction, and then filter it, and it's basically the same thing, but they lose some of the stuff that's there. So I don't want to get into it too much, because then there's the nitrogen stuff, and then there's other stuff there. So point is, grinding burr sets are very weird to me. It's like I don't really actually know what the actual perfect type of grain would be for what it's worth. I mean, brute force style from previous of anything is, well, greatest surface area, right? But it's like that's being facetious about it. You know what I mean? Like pour over and immersion brew, or yeah, surface area. Okay, sure, absolutely. But then they also have a wicking effect, which is a type of microfluidic, right? Which is like groundwater inside of a given, ground, and then water can get pushed into it with gravity, and we have different versions of that with different types of granularities, and then some of them are dry and can be hydrophobic at first, which is the bloom stage, and can suddenly release nitrogen, right? Which then turns it into, we already have a good deal of that information, truthfully. Which I saw on YouTube recently, about a person doing the groundwater experiment, and because it's so dry, it becomes hydrophobic, right? And it's like, yeah, but eventually then it picks up after it soaks it up, and then it'll rapidly start putting water through, and once it gets a little bit of water, it then slows down. Okay, this logic still stands. Turns out that works just the same way with pour over. Now, then, if we're talking like immersion, it's a little different, right? But the problem with immersion, and any French press person will tell you, is the end, effectively the very bottom of the French press is effectively full of really, really over extracted, long sitting there brew that you don't really want, and that's why like the clever or the hard switch or whatever are the kind of next step up to a French press. So the only reason I'm talking about it is because if you don't know within that, the types of filtration and the expansion and all of that greatly vary and will be dependent on the types of granularity, not just grain size. See, grain size and ultimately how water is allowed to slip through is what matters. Okay? It's already extracted, more or less, right? But as you continue to put something new in, that allows you to allow for, once it leaves, more to be extracted. This is what they call it, extraction, which is proper. But immersion's different. Okay, immersion is osmosis, which still extracts things, but much of it without agitation doesn't get extracted. So it requires more heat on average and a different type of granularity shape, right? The grind shape matters more, and a pour over might benefit from a type of round if you want to be able to have more of it extract more quickly, if you're willing to use a multiple grind granular size. That way they can compact and allow for a different type of filtration and a long enough time around them to then extract more, which is the reason why I believe was cited by James Hoffman and his idea of why that grind might work that way, because it means that the path of water has to take a more circuitous route and has more resistance. Because at that small of a size, it's really not the shape, and it's really not the fact that there's this little wicking effect, although that's probably a part of it. It's really about the fact that it, kind of sticks together, clumps, and it becomes harder for it to filter through. All right. But what I like to think about on that one is those little jaggedy edges can break off once they get hot enough and you keep filtering them through, along with like channeling an espresso, it over extracts those little small spots. And so you don't get proper extraction. So all of those things bother me. But if I can make a proper grinder that makes properly sized, multiple size at once, ovaloid, flatter, or more round in the middle, kind of, shapes that would be better for how they stick together, but they're still round, which is okay. It means that you get the resistance. You still have a longer shape that allows for good extraction. You don't get over extraction. The core is something that you can still get to, but instead of having this jagged part that's like channeling where it can produce this over extracted, it now extracts more evenly, which is what I prefer, right? Same thing with um, espresso, and I know, shocker, French press. French press, I think, is on the way out. Like, a French press has been great, but truthfully, the Hario switch or the clever are probably the better ways of going about making coffee extraction. I can still get good performance out of French press. In fact, I've got a few techniques right now that are pretty darn good. But what I found is, like, I've always had the silty problem. There's always a silt issue. I hate that. I now know why I always seem to like a higher brew temperature out of a French press, because it sits around. Stirring is a big help. It's not just the bed of coffee at the top. Stirring is something that you should really figure out just how much or how little is going to be the right call, because every grain can ultimately break apart when you stir, and that sort of sucks. You get even more silt, right? And I don't like that, right? But my current technique for the French press is a double preheat, because I have a 1 liter, which means I have the simple job of 60 is where you start on average. You can go a little lower, you can go a little higher, but 60 is where you start, right? Yeah. And it's like, that's easy enough. And then it's like, you can grind a little finer because you need a higher heat anyways, which means lighter roasts are better, like 93 to 95. Or if you go with the James Hoffman, 90C is really all you're ever going to need, to about 93 or whatever. I forget what it was, but he had it in his description. He talked about water heat is such a huge deal, actually, and good water too. Like, good water is a big deal. So, but grinders are such a weird one. All right, like, coffee extraction is done pretty darn well now, but the way I view it being done is not necessarily the way I feel as though it could be done in terms of outright efficiency, extraction, taste, and really ease. Like, if you could just grind it in a nice little cylinder, or like like the hand grinder, or you can grind it as if, well, the flat one's always kind of the same funny one to me. I know I shouldn't say it that way, but it's like, so it's just at the top of a funnel or something. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it has to be. Like, you can hold it at the bottom, you can hold it at the top, and you can have like a central axle that goes to the bottom of the funnel, right? And then that's a bearing at the top, and then it's just moving the two sides, right? Of the two halves, and then, like, you lock it with a little thing that slides down and it clicks, and then it's like, all right, so I'll just rotate it with the axle. They'll counter rotate off of the axle at the top, because I'd rather them those axles there in the center just be bearing axles. Like, I want them to be where they are. I don't want them to move. I want them to be aligned. Yeah. But then it's like, I'd rather rotate off of the gears off the side, right? That way they're really aligned. But it's like I can feed them in from the center and then have them feed outwards, right? But it's like, okay, that's usually how most people do it, okay? It'll work just fine. There's no reason to change that. But my main concern was how they get, moved to the outside. And it's like I can have them curve inwards with a funnel, right, towards the bottom where the cup would be, which is fine. And in fact, I should probably leave it like that. For what it's worth, it works just fine. But my mind always went to like, but what if there was a better way? What if there was somehow a better fucking way I've never thought of before? What if I went from the outside first and then went towards the inside? Like literally that. That is literally my mind. Because it's like we have Tesla valves and we have Tesla turbines, which is literally how they work. They go out to in, out towards in, and like that's a breaker on the outside, and it needs to stay there anyways, right? And so it's like that'll break it on the outside, and that'll start forcing it like a pump towards the center, and then that rolls it towards the center, and then forces it down that little tiny hole. And then that little tiny hole can be a part of the axle that holds it there. And I have a final elongated cylinder to cylinder. You know what I mean? Like that like type of cylinder rollout. Which now means I have a program to effectively turn it from this shape to this final granularity of it, hopefully as close to exact precision as I can. And then all I have to do is here's my little centrifugal pump or a centrifugal filter. You know what I mean? Instead of like I'm going to spin it, rotate it really fast, because this is the sizing and the little vortex and the spin. And it's like this for this grain size with this, coffee roast. Basically, you'll take. This is my over-engineer kind of brain, but you'll have to excuse that. It goes, all right, so this is the bag of coffee I have. All right. So I'm gonna pour it into this like measurement for the filter, right? Like hopefully a certain amount, whatever it is, like maybe 500 grams or something like that, right? I'm not looking for tremendous amounts, but if I take out now, all right, a certain like one single coffee bean, and then another, and then another, and it's like I do that about 10 times, right? It can average out for all of it now using basic fucking math that we learned in elementary school for density. So each density of these beans for 10, right, should be roughly that amount. And it's like you can do that differently though, as an FYI here. Because if you allow it to measure one and another one and another one and another one, all the way up to 10 again, the same beans, then you have a aggregate average. So you have the first you got rid of, and that's density average. And then you place in each individual, and then it averages out that. And then now you have a double average that you can then use for each individual one that should, of the whole pack, equal pretty consistently, depending on size, realistically speaking, real realistically here, what the real roast level is. Because, like, depending on the type of bean, you said it's this bean, right? And you said it's these weigh this amount. That means this roast is what's likely to be there. And you said this roast, so it's like it's likely to be around this roasted now. Which means it's like a standardization of roast levels for various coffee bean because of density of various coffee beans and their uh, genus, their species. And as they come out with varying degrees of consistency, like you can only really maybe get this kind of roast out of that. But the point is, it's like now I can have this get ground. It goes through this. It'll alter its pressure, its air velocity, and its gapping for any and all of these ultra fines I don't want. And if I don't have it spin too fast, I don't have the sieve effect. I don't like the sieve effect. The sieve effect breaks off all these little things that have an ultrafine. I don't like that. Right? We don't like that stuff. But this means I get rid of all these really tiny itty bitty fines that won't be good. And that means my grind can be appropriately sized with the appropriate types of multiple size and shape granules of coffee grind. It's like, that sounds expensive for the other one. So you have a cheaper one. Oh, yeah, no, for the coffee grind thing and for the resizer. Yeah, I found out that, like, within a basic specification of, like, weight that you add in and then weight that's coming out, that within a tolerance of about, I think, 1% is what it ended up being, that you can get with, your gapping, your micron amount, to specify, like, most of it. Like, it's 1%, like, it's like a 1% of that won't get caught. Okay? Which means that small amount is, truthfully speaking, a little closer to that 99 percentile that is not a part of that, such that it might actually even help. The reason why I say that is because it's like, well, it's not as much as you might expect once it gets to a certain size of increased weight. Like, if it already knows this weight going in, then within about a 1% tolerance there at those really small grains and that type of shape, it becomes pretty easy to find out that you only need to be about this amount of gap to be able to filter it. If you want to get, like, super hardcore into it, like, you need to measure them, and that one became a lot easier pretty quickly. Because I was like, well, a gram scale that you can buy at, like, a Walmart, like I got back in the day, although it made me really think it looked like a drug, you know what I mean? Like, you look a little bit like a drug dealer when you get a fucking gram scale instead of a coffee scale, right? But it's like, yeah, no, I'm measuring coffee. Like, I actually am measuring coffee. That's literally all I use this thing for. I don't measure anything else in my kitchen but coffee. And it's like, oh, really? Yeah, that's a thing. But, it's all irrelevant stuff. It just makes you feel a little bit like you're a drug dealer. You know what I mean? Anyways, where was I going with this? Right. What I found is that's accurate pretty darn well, so long as it's in an enclosed environment. right? Like as long as there isn't wind around, which means like if you're a person that's inclined to try and use it to its fullest abilities, you can just put it into like a flat, like, level, microwave. All right, like a microwave will basically be the same equivalent in terms of like a wind shroud in an environment that's got a pretty consistent temperature. So I never need that. I literally don't need that level of accuracy at all. Within like 1 gram or half a gram or like 0.2 at most really is good enough for me. Um, for making coffee, so I don't really need to worry about that. But I suppose other people, if they had to, that's a thing you could do. Um, Outside of that, it was really just about like, oh yeah, no, well, if I put that there and I already know like roughly like the number of beans, like basically just say I took out this number of beans, right? Like you count the beans, and it knows the weight that it had removed. Count those beans, and then like you put those same amount back, um, or half of them more specifically. Then it's like, oh well, then yeah, but if you do three, three is pretty easy aggregate average. And it's really up to you. I was able to get it done with just two, but that got me down to like 0.01%. Five gets you down to 0.001%. Like it's always an exponentiation of decimals, and it's such a small little gap, for any of those that rotate with a vortex. It's microns to be able to filter it to that level of accuracy. It works. It works just fine, honestly. It's just like, do you need it? You know what I mean? Because I take this amount of beans out and then I put like half that. That's 0.01% of of accuracy. So it's just like I don't really see like why it would be that big of a deal, But it all depends on the person. You know what I mean? Like some people will genuinely every time count out the 10 beans, and that's good enough, right? Like that's like 0.0000001%. Like a ridiculously small amount. Like it's a really really small amount that doesn't get caught by it. So, and that's just like this number of rotations. So it's like it'll have it at like really fine increments. I have three knobs essentially. So it's like this knob at this increment at position that it has as marked, and then another one and another one, and then all three of those combine to this exacting position and gap in place where it's at, and then it's good to go. But that's just a basic calculator. It's literally like I'm not even kidding. It's like you just need it to be here roughly, right? And it's like, yeah, well, it's only gonna move slightly. Yeah, but those slight movements mean a lot. Oh no, they do. I agree, but like, I don't know, man. I just okay. You know what? That's fine. That's to each their own on all of that for sure. Okay, it's okay. I'm never gonna look at you weirdly for that at all. it's just, um, it's just a calculator. That's all it is. It's like this, and then this aggregate mean average for density and weight means like this is a simple mathematic equation for the expected drag and weight. And so like this given mass with this given rough amount of shape then turns it into this roughly is always going to end up roughly around here. Right? And then so you just put it around there. And it's like you get better at the mass and better at the density and better at the shape. And since the shape here is really pretty consistent, down to like submicrons and those nanometers, if you really want to get into it, then if you want to calculate for that given mass to that fineness of a degree, then yeah, you can absolutely filter it like that and you won't have it be incorrect. All right, like you'll have those exact shapes, those exact masses, those exact what you're looking for. And it's gentle. That's the thing I preferred. It's gentle on what you just ground, and it declumps them, which is nice. How do you declump things? It's just air. It's a static thing. Like if it's gonna move and rotate in a vortex, what that ends up meaning is that it'll break itself apart. And it's gonna have to do that before it can start filtering something out, anyways. So effectively, it's just a timer, right? It's just like this amount of time of spin initially, and then this will pop in. This amount of time for the next one, 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 until it's all gone and it sees no more mass inside of its chamber. Now, I have 3 of those filter usually. My cheap $50 grinder really only ever has 1. That's because I just tell it what roast it is. So it's like, well, it says it's this roast. And it's like at this mass, right? And then it can be connected to the internet, which means this roast from this vendor and roaster with this bean that it knows because of that, which that's in my video. You might not have listened to it all, but it's in there. It might have been a really quick, like, no, that was nothing. Oh, it's just connecting to the internet, and then you just moved on, kind of thing. But for me, it's like, no, I did talk about it. It's specifically so that way the filter works better. I literally said that. It's like, how does it work better? If you don't know how, I'm not going to tell you. You're one of those jerks. But it's like, here you go. Here's how it works better. It has this knowledge of this bean. It has this knowledge of this roast type. Because I can do that myself and others can. And that is a community sourcing, open source project that allows for everybody to have the variations of different areas of where they're sold. Different humidity, different blah, 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 around where they are with the weather and so on, which gives them this now calculated aggregated data. It's a neural network of types and a data set value that is within a geospecific region, which will be probably best for you. Maybe. Like it's like the more people that buy, the more that put work in and are very nice to say this is what they got, the better all of it gets. I have my base level, and with these basic input of variables of humidity, altitude, and so on, from different vendors around the world, I compile my basic. Then others can add in, and once that is added in, it gets better. It has more data to which it can source on any given day throughout any given time, because it's like, well, I did it with this setup, with these for specific controls, but variables of whether or not it's raining, whether or not it's gonna rain, whether or not it's winter, whether or not any of this stuff can all possibly change this, right? So it makes it more accurate, more easily more accurate. Anyways, the reason why I came up with this idea was because it was like, well, I like high accuracy and control. I like accounting for as many variables as possible. I love efficiency. I love making the most out of very little. Now, plasma deposition has this issue for me of being, while cost effective on one hand, it has a lot of energy involved. Okay, it like takes a lot of electricity to make something become a plasma, but not with a Z current in a vacuum, with a nitration process that I'm trying to use to heat up and harden over time these burrs. The energy has to go somewhere. It has to come from somewhere. That's storage batteries and capacitors. That's windmills, solar panels, geothermal, any and all renewables, really. But Z current has been really on my mind because it's like with the right laser, with the right inertial and optical tweezing type design of lasers, Z current with plasma, because plasma is great, becomes very easy to set up as a substrate, like a flat, almost, plasma thing that I can quickly deposit in pulses. And I don't need them to be very strong because if I have them attached like it's a powder coating, where this is a negative and that is a positive, or in this instance, this is a negative and that's a positive. This has more electrons at once than electrons, right? That allows for me to nitrate. That allows for me to harden and quench and also force in a particular pattern and grow it based upon an initial optical, then laser scan down to the nanometer range, right? And then deposit it to an exactingly precise amount. Because it's already roughly close to that. I only need to be able to do some microns. That's it. Microns is all that's necessary. That means I can pump them out quickly and I don't use nearly as much electricity. And because I'm probably not going to sell like a tremendous amount because it's a niche, area, that means I can ultimately, for the decreased costs for production, gain a lower dollar amount to higher yield of profit. So lower cost production, higher profit, right? Which is usually what you want. It also means I have the ability to ramp depending on demand. Costs can be easily maintained. I can have a store in a vacuum environment. That means I don't have to worry about oxidation and put a coating just in case, which is effectively the nitration to a degree, right? That reduces the possibility, just like with stainless steel. In this instance, I was planning on using molybdenum and a chrome with the nitration and a slight degree of carbon. With plasma deposition, it works really, really well with the right laser. In this instance, it's a phasor style of laser. So if you don't know about phasor antennas, you use them on Starlink specifically. They use that to aim it at the satellites and be more accurate. You can do it with interference light pathways and create a lens. That's on my YouTube already. That also means I can dynamically create, when necessary, the types of inertial and optical tweezing, separation of different wavelengths that specifically adhere and properly interact, and move carbon, nitrogens, irons, molybdenums, and chromiums. Because I don't need much of it. We're talking micron surface layer deposit. That means, well, I don't really need to have a lot of overhead for the resources that I need. And all that really ends up becoming is, well, I now have something that can be cheaply sourced, usually through sustainable, renewable, recyclable means. There's always something in car land that is breaking down that I don't have the ability to reuse these bearing journals or this or whatever it is. But I can use that. Nothing says I can't use that. I mean, that's fine, honestly. I can turn it into a plasma. I just have to grind it a little bit first. Heat it up with the Z current. I'm going to need to have large amps anyways. Move some electrons. You get the picture on how I could easily turn something into a fully functioning piece. Material much cheaper than a normal. The issue, though, is that it's a niche market. People don't trust anything practically. That's what it seems like. I'd be selling it for cheap, and I mean that. Just because it makes more sense in all aspects to do so. That's why I have a roller style that's only $50, not 15, 50. Interrupt person that's probably listening to this somewhere. No. It's one of those things where I call myself out when I flip a word. Just fine. I've done it on my YouTube channel before. It's a whole thing. But yeah, no, like I know what I'm doing on that side. It's storage. It's like, why would you put it in a vacuum? Yeah, that one's simple. They don't like to stick to each other. What that means is I can pack them really tight. Instead of needing to worry about vacuum welding problems, I can now make it so that way they're stored really tightly and they weigh less and it's easier to ship them if I ever needed to. They'll never oxidize. They'll never undergo any degradation process, which is great. I just need to make sure they don't get vibrated against for long durations of time. Even if they are incredibly hard material at that point, that'd be pretty difficult for it to wear down. Right? Other than that, there really isn't another reason, just that I want to. Like, argon seems expensive. Like, what's the cheapest solution? No air. Yeah. Are they going to explode or anything? No. I mean, they're not those kinds of things. They're not going to expand. They're not going to do anything. They remain as is under no pressure. Well, yeah. I'm going to clamp them a little tighter just in case. That way, as the box being its own pressurized type of thing, along with itself, keeping itself under pressure. But it's not really necessary. It's just to try and, make sure every little bit, you never know. Assembling them isn't very hard. Selling them, it's going to be cheap. I mean, we're talking about an axle and a tube and a couple, you know what I mean? Like, they're really cheap. Like, truthfully speaking, to do. Like, everything I talked about is effectively stuff I can put together in a series of different machine stuff. Like it's effectively just an assembly line, a few machines, and I'd be able to make money pretty quickly at a high profit. Storing them wouldn't be nearly as difficult as people think, especially when it's like, well, I can just package it as a vacuum box in its own right, as a fully assembled product, which now makes it cheaper because it weighs less slightly. You never know. It might make sense. Like, oh, what's the cheapness of renewable sun and all that? It's effectively free after a point. Right. How much does a few grams save you over 5 years, roughly, of selling something and trying to ship it everywhere? I mean, it's flat rate, right? Right. But how many grams until you get to a pound? I mean, it's mostly steel and aluminum here, right? Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay. So it's mostly steel and aluminum. I'd be shipping them in boxes. It'd be pretty tightly packed together to warehouses that could separate them and immediately put them into anywhere. And truthfully, it's gonna be fine because they're gonna be essentially little robust instead of cardboard. People love cardboard. I'm a not fan of cardboard. I'm a fan of biodegradable plastics, specifically biodegradable, cheap to manufacture and source materials that can be easily turned into biodegradable plastics. With the right little tension wire, which would be a part of the whole fucking thing. What that turns into is the little part that sticks out just enough. I now have a square box that's barely larger than the tube, or the box itself that it would be roughly shaped as for the roller automatic. The other two would be, here's a electric motor, all right, that you can buy separate or with it, as is, okay? Or here's a crank, which the crank is its own little lovely piece of engineering and gearing kit, essentially. It's a, excuse me, type of Sterling spring. That's right. There's a spring. There's a hard spring. I mean, I already got hard materials, right? It's a spring. It's got air pressure on one side. And as you wind it, it's going to also help with air pressure. And it's like, as you wind, it'll wind that up. And then it'll constantly crank at a specific speed. And pretty much with all of the amount of speeds of your cranks. And I say pretty much because if you really go hard, it'll go a lot faster. But you can go quite slow and you can get pretty decently consistent, fast rotation crank speed, all right, at a high torque value, which is great. It's a CVT thing, and then like energy storage, and so sure you don't get to immediately start getting it ground unless you set it up for the next time, as it can store itself because it's a spring. You press it against your body a little bit, get it warm, get it started with some Stirling effects. Maybe you're heating up some water. Maybe you've got some sunlight somewhere. And then, shocker, I've got a spring that's tensioned. and a consistently working, looks really cool to watch and look at, almost like a desk toy. Stirling engine that happens to be a part of your hand crank, right? And immediately start crank. King and having a fun time. I mean, that's a talk piece. Look at this. Look at me. I'm cranking. I'm absolutely gonna show that off. That's cool as fuck. And guess what? It's still $50. These are big burrs, effectively, in terms of its size and area. Yeah, sure, it's not necessarily stupendously large, the flat burr. I mean, girth is good, bro. But, like, I have a whole other set of burrs going on after. Like, there's a point where it's too much girth, man. Like, chill out. Yeah, just to make a naughty, dirty joke, right? But other than that, you can get it standard flat burr. You can get the new burr towards the center with the axle burr grinder gear set stuff, right? That one attaches as per normal. Right, yeah, no. Well, as per eh, you did kind of state that it's essentially the equivalent of, like, well, that has to go towards, and so that'd be more like a pyramid conical. Right, yes. But then it'd go into a hollow. But I just talked about an axle conical ish, and then, like, how that could be moved. You did do that. Yeah. So what I'm hearing is you didn't imagine that being something that could be in. No, I suppose I just shut up. That one's more for espresso. It's gonna be a little smaller, but that means it also happens to be attached to the big tube, outside tube cylinder, so that way it remains very aligned. We want it to be incredibly impeccably aligned. And it's mint. You can do pour overs. Okay, that's just changing. Burr size gap, all that. Right. Right. Same thing with French press. French press is still doable. All of it really is, but it's like really highly accurate, very specific. Like, this is exactly what you're gonna get, right? Well, yeah, no, but I mean, is that bad? They would probably go along with, you get a lot of fines and all of this, right? Yeah, no. He's like, well, no, that's really all about how you start the crush process, then the next rolling crush process. And so really it's like a splitting, like, like rocks. So it's like you knock a part of it off, and then you shear off, and then you get like this really thin piece, right? So it's like when we crush, instead of crushing in just any old way, it's gonna align the beans. It's gonna make it so that way they go in through the sides and initially crack them in half, or and then start the rolling process, right? And trying to get any of the smaller process of, like, the smaller pieces immediately to fall down and start the process of turning into a specific sized rolled ovaloid type of shape. The rest of it, the larger parts, will slowly be, ground ish, and then cracked again, and then made into as many of the pieces that are round that we're looking for. So it's like, if you take a single shape that's already kind of ovaloid, and it's like you want to make it into a bunch of little smaller ones, the best process is this is where you start. These are how you break it from there. This is how you'll break those from there, and you'll break that, and you'll break that, and you'll break, and until eventually you get to, like, then it's just rolling it down to that exact size and shape that you're looking for. Everything else was, for the smaller parts, kind of like shoved off, pumped into those other spots to immediately do that, and then all the rest of the little fines, but they're now smaller amounts than before. There's not nearly as much waste if you do it properly like that, like I'm doing it, or at least the way I would be designing my burrs. I already have a given burr type and design that I have specifically for that in my head that I've already got, set up the way it is. But it's effectively exactly that process. It's you crack it like this in half. You crack it like that in quarters. You'll crack those quarters into halves. Every time you crack that, like you're gonna have a little bit of these micro cracks, right? And that means it's likely to have these that you can grind and roll down. Those will then, have that grind down to and all falls down to these spots, which will then start the rolling and alignment process. Right? Instead of shaking it, it's more like spinning it and rolling it and then having it filter into its various sizes and shapes. And then it starts the process of rolling that, and then it'll do it again, it'll do it again, it'll do it again, it'll do it again, do it again, until you get to the very end, which is only going to have it more or less be the roughly the right size and shape. Like we're talking, this is the final quarter, right? Like there's very little left here of distance. But it's like what that means is like a bunch of fines are now going to be compact around that and act as lubricant. They start the process of helping shave down and pack and break off. And because they're supported, they'll start immediately rolling it and very finely chipping off and then grinding in like an aggregate of sandpaper really finely and lightly and gently, taking off into tiny amounts of these shapes. What comes out is, yes, there are some fines, sure. I don't expect there not to be, but a very consistent size and shape of multiple particle sizes, specifically meant for the type of brew you're looking for. That's instead of oh no, I wanted this size, it's this amount of variation. I want mostly only 100% or whatever it is, this. It's like, okay. It's kind of hard to pack that in, but okay. You know what I mean? We just got done explaining why different particles might help you in terms of packing your espresso or pouring over or any of the rest of that. Okay. But if that's what you want, it'll give you that. But it's up to you to go, well, this distribution of this micron difference amount is the right amount for you. This is like, oh, I want 5% of this, and I want 10% of that, and I want the rest of that to now be 85% this, right? Or I want 99% and 0.5, whatever it is, right? That's what you're looking for. To help improve the consistency and extraction rate of your brew style. Now, it's counter to what most people think of it as, okay? But I happen to like it because it's like it fits with our current understanding of physics, of how water and liquids in general will filter through either gravitationally or even with pressure a given size and set of variation of grains of sands and particle sizes. Consistency is great consistency of multiples, even better. At least, so the theory goes, of some of the best extracted espressos, pour overs, and French presses. Some of the uh, big guys back in the day for pour overs and espressos in the beginning, and the French presses back in the day, had a variation of sizing. More specifically, with espresso and pour overs, more often than not sided with pour overs, but there was a decent push back in, I think, America, actually, or I forget where it was. It's a long ass fucking thing to go over a bunch of fucking journals and history of people and people selling coffee, which wasn't like tremendous back in the day, but uh, a lot of people would do a similar type of grinding, yeah, rolling kind of grind, or they'd try and get it to be more consistent and round for like a French press, but it would come out with multiple grain sizes. And some of the people that really liked what was sold or put out there were often people that did it such that they had a variation of size and a filtration process, very similar to the Clever and Hario switch, where they would, that's right, filter it through the bed in a cloth filter. Eventually, they changed it to cotton balls. That's right, they use cotton balls to filter coffee. Often not talked about very much, but yes, they did use cotton balls because funnels were something that we had readily available, and we had screens that we already had available at the time. And so the common thing to do was Cowboy Coffee, get the old funnel, stick a cotton ball in it, get a screen of like some steel or wool, yeah, or some other, various stuff like that, right? And then you'd filter it through. And it worked, eventually leading to the current reigning champion of pour overs, which is a paper filter, right? But they already had pour over by that point. And so it was a different type of brew, and what they would do was they had like a rubber stopper, effectively. It's not really quite a rubber stopper. This was a common valve setup that they would have for tractors. Okay, and they would move it manually, or sometimes they would have it for various pressurized gases systems. And so a lot of people back in the day used to talk about it and journal it, and it's not super duper wide known by the people that were able to write the history, that are, well, more popular as a result of that, but they also have a lot of money, and they had a lot of opportunity to put that out there and have that be the story that was talked about. Lesser known stories are, yeah, they had cotton balls. Yes, they had the Hario switch, which is literally just a valve. It's the same thing. Or the Clever, which was just press it on. And they have poppet valves. If you don't know, I mean, that's a spring. And basically it's a stem and a T round little thing, and if they find the right size and shape for the funnel, then it seals. So they effectively did very similar things to what we currently do. It's a lesser known fact, but it is one of those things that have been around for a very long time. They're not actually insanely new. The way they do it now is new because they have new materials and new stuff like that. But uh, just as an FYI to anyone that's in the coffee world, they've had valves for chemistry struts for a long time that they're basically using on the Hario Switch and Clever. So it's not necessarily as new as they think. It's just newly sold and newly produced. Right. Um, but the reason I talk about it is because back then, a lot of it was cited to be rounder styles because they had the ability to crush it up in ways that would produce more round granules of sand. And their thinking was the same as mine back in the day. Well, it seems to filter through a little better, or it sticks around for a little longer. It seems to, when it's raining. A lot of cowboys would know about that. A lot of people that would have to run around would know about it. They could see how water would pass through something more easily or more resistantly, right? That ends up making it such that they did that. It's like, well, if it works with that, and it seems to be, if I can get this, and then that seems to be good. And when we talk about how they can grind things, we're really just talking about some paper more often than not, and a couple of stones. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really genuinely not kidding. It was paper and some freaking stones. And they would grind in between the two. Uh, which, if you don't know, a bowl with another bowl tends to grind a very round kind of shape as they feed it in from the center. They eventually figured out the type of burr breakers that are very similar. They had no trouble getting paper again. It's pretty ubiquitous. It's not like the paper we have now. I mean, theirs is thicker, to say the least. It's like they had paper, they had this, they had all these things. I'm like, yeah, they shipped it in paper too. Who's the one that thinks that this isn't a thing? They had the ability to vacuum seal cans back then too. Oh, no, 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 they couldn't do that somehow. That's brand new. And it's like, they would have been doing it all along. History is written by a bunch of people that have money. They simply manage to be successful and have a good ad campaign the vast majority of the time. Why did you say it like that? Because interrupter. Not my accent, but I have an interrupter that's fucking going on about some bullshit that doesn't matter. That's also why it's like, well, I'm hearing that this is not a thing. I don't know any of stories. I've read this book and it's not a thing. And I'm like, yeah, should probably look that up. I don't really need to prove that to you. Mostly because that's kind of like not stupendously readily available online. You know what I mean? Like, these are like little quips in museums, or these are little like journals that are in museums, or these are little tiny things that you hear, talked about in little areas, and, that most people tend to believe are not that easy to you know reproduce, and only in a lab, and only if you had a lot of money and you were the best researcher and engineer and all the rest of it can even begin to start to get somewhere near our level of amazing quality. And that's all that would really be. Fact of the matter is a lot of people were pretty adept at being observant. Well, this coffee doesn't taste like shit today, says the cowboy who brewed it for about that long. Had this type of grind. I mean, this is all I have to fucking do sometimes. You know, wake up in the fucking morning, don't even want to wake up to fucking bullshit. Think you got a cotton ball? But no, me in the lab, secret behind other doors. The patent office is click. I will make money. I am the aristocratic bourgeoisie better than thou. It is you, lame labor people, that could never possibly equal us. Do you know how much that the 1800s and 1900s and fucking hell is still around? In the 2000s, I mean 2023. It's insane over here, around these days. Like, for what it's worth, it's pretty ridiculous. I could just, like, grind it down to a certain smoothness. I mean, that might be cheaper. It could be, yeah. I mean, for what's worth, it all depends on your tooling. How often you want to change it out. Yeah. Yeah, certain types of hot polishing are usually what's used for, like, smoothness. Uh, right, they probably don't know what hot polishing is. Right, a metal of like tungsten carbide or something similar, like ceramic of some kind, or even diamond coated steel that you heat up and then you ultimately spin something very, very quickly. But then you slow it down after you have an initial, because the speed of it tends to help with torque value. And then you allow for the heat of that initial speed dump to get dumped into the material. Instead of forming or welding, because this is not what that's going to be, you back it off very quickly, and then you slowly, with a lot of torque, grind it effectively down into a very smooth, hot polish. It seems like you'd go smaller at first, but it's not really like that. I mean, you use a really fast torque initial jerk speed, and then it goes over time. The reason why I don't really like talking about it is because it's like it deposits stuff onto the layer, the surface layer, or whatever it is you're doing, and it's not really like that material exactly. Like if it's diamond, it'll leave like an increased amount of surface of graphene, graphite, and diamond with inside of gaps that are really difficult to get rid of. But it's very smooth, but it's a hot polish. That's why they call it a hot polish. It gets pretty hot. It's usually only ever good on something like a steel, right? If you ever use it on something that's really, 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 really soft, well, you don't really need to. You can get away with it with having a glass. Like, glass is hard enough to do aluminum. If you didn't know, it's a thicker glass and you need to cool it, sure. But glass is actually hard enough to do aluminum, so long as it's not like a super strong alloy. And if it's a super strong alloy, you might as well just get steel. But how did you know? You're not a mechanical engineer. How can it's because it's like this is really obvious, intuitive, super logical, reasonable. You should just like be able to piece that together by thinking about it just a little bit, kind of stuff. Like, what would be hard about knowing how to do this? rubbing material, very specific micron size, blah, 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 blah. It slowly grinds it down, it deposits some amount. It's like exchange, like a osmosis or thermodynamic. Heat and cold, they want to exchange and equal, right? Well, electrons can be passed through to improve its given amount of time or accuracy of depositing and smoothing, which means certain types of current and volts will give you that. Certain types of heats. If you want to mix and make what is effectively like a weld material that deposits itself on it, that's a different type of hot polish. This is a technicality wise thermal deposit instead of plasma deposit, because it's a friction weld deposit that isn't considered friction weld. Because like you're not technically welding, because it's technicality wise something that doesn't actually get welded to it. It's bonded, yeah, but it's not really bonded. It's a weird thing. I don't know what they call it, truthfully, but to me, I'm like, none of that really makes sense, because you're obviously welding something and you're obviously depositing like a certain amount of chemical or elemental deposition of some kind. There's definite friction that's being involved. The torsional compression, whatever loads that you happen to use, are for sure altering the chemical composition of what the layer is at the top of the surface. There's no way that it's not. So like it should be basically all of those things. But they came up with some fancy, like, it is a new pressure thermal deposit polish. And I'm like, whatever you want to call it then. Point is, it's all the things that are those things, and it makes no real sense. And it really depends on the electricity, the pressure, the speed, the materials involved, the heat. That's all it is. It's never really seemed to have any tremendous care about it, especially when it's like, it's kind of irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of irrelevant. Like, okay, a planetary gear set, you said it could do it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you did just now. That's okay, fine. Yeah, you heard it in your mind, right? Yeah, yeah. I talked about it back in Chandler. So, I'm going to move on, because it's like, the moment I say, I talked about it in Chandler, that was me. Haha, some other guy shows up and tries to pretend to be me, and you can hear him right in your head. Yeah. There you go. That's the douche fuck. He's still a hacker around in that scene and tries often to pretend to be me. What I'll tell you is, a planetary gear set is literally used for that exact purpose. It's like a worm gear kind of thing, worm gear to worm gear, but you can't put pressure, but we're not adding torque. You can put pressure on it, so we're not trying to put power through anything. We can add in electricity, sure, you can put a certain amount of heat, or you can cool it off. It all depends on what you want to do. But that's also another reason why we end up making certain threads and certain gears and certain shapes like that. Because it can be formed with heat that way. It doesn't really matter. Point is, the only reason why I talk about it is because it's like, well, I suppose if you wanted to do that for the axle or some shit, yeah, but like it costs more than a plasma deposition like I'm talking about. Like it costs more in terms of complexity, it costs more in terms of outright energy necessary, it costs more in the amount of tools that you have to replace. Like plasma deposition, and truthfully speaking, just simply cutting something, right? Because that's all you have to do. Now it's pretty darn flat, right? You lose as little material as you can with the electron, like cutting thing. I forget what it was. It was electrolysis or like something like that. But it has basically like no gaps. It's not electrolysis. It's like high voltage. Anyways, point is, it makes the very smallest of micron gaps for any given cut piece. But because I don't need any special shapes, it just turns into right down the middle. I can literally make it myself. In fact, others have already on YouTube made these very things themselves. That's how I know about it. I saw it. Now, what I'll tell you also past that is, yeah, that's also a pretty easy way to, with the right little tool, grind something, cut something specifically in a shape. It's a round circle, right? Or whatever it is. Then it's just as it spins. It's pretty close. I don't really need to get it too ridiculously close, right? Well, yeah. So then I just need to deposit a given amount of micron and submicron amounts after I scan it. Because I don't need to be stupendously accurate. I just need it to work and last for a really long time. I'll make it accurate later with additive manufacturing techniques. That then means I cut my cost down because, well, in order to cut that, I have to make another one over here. I have to run the electricity through that way. That's my new type of capacitor, resistor, so on, right? Right, to be able to create plasma. Be able to run the voltage. Be able to run the transforming necessary for the correct volt, current, amp, and more. What does plasma do, everyone? Creates photons. It sure does. Very little low amounts of photons are necessary, really just constructive interferences and destructive to constructive interferences as required for a given tube that allows for a depositing of the plasma that I would ultimately use. Very small amounts of actual material required means I can make them really, really cheaply, very, very efficiently, with practically no real need for quality control. Although that's only because I'd be quality controlling it every time it came out. It's like, yes, that did work, and yes, that is this hard. Yes, that is adhered correctly. It did just grind the beans correctly, still. It seems to have done the trick and job. I see that this is definitely a grinder. I shall take one out of every 100 and proceed to beat it to hell. How many beans do we need? That amount? What am I, a fucking grinder for you guys? What the fuck? Okay, fine. Sure. Fine. Alright, whatever. Give me about a day. I said 500 tons. Yeah, okay, give me a day. Jeez. Gosh. So impatient, these folks. I need it now. I'm sure you could totally do it now. I didn't say anything like that. Oh, I'm the douche? I heard you. Day later. It's still working. Yeah, but they got their beans. I'm just going to measure the amount of loss over time here. I had to fucking spin that decently fast to get that. Alright. I have about 1 nanometer average across both of them that have ultimately been worn away. This is still good. I can still use this. Still. I need some beans grinded. I have seeds. Sure. Whatever. They're roasted. It's true. Oh wait, are they different types of seeds than coffee? No, they're coffee. I was just doing that. Oh yeah, no, that's accurate. Yeah, yeah, thanks. All right, I like it. Fucking 200 tons, bastards. You give me at least a fucking. Oh my god. 4 days. No, give me. I have to ship this. How the hell do you expect me to ship that? At least the other guys picked it up. That's fair. They're all the same. They're all the same ones. That's good. I had to clean each one of them for the 500-ton guys. All right. About 5 nanometers average. It's remaining consistent. For the most part, yeah. I mean, this is a little bit more rare than I think anyone would ever do. For what it's worth, of like 2,500 tons of ground coffee beans, just for days on end. I have to package this. These guys suck. This is heavy. It's good work though. Yeah, no, I mean it's a good thing I built a machine to just vacuum pack it and put it in all these things. Wait, what? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not really vacuum packed. What does that mean? It means it's nitrogen packed under low nitrogen, just enough to make sure that the pressure doesn't ultimately get released because I just ground all this, so it remains like actually fresh for a while. It's a whole thing. Just freaking sick of it. Am I gonna need to? No, no. Those. It's very similar to the boxes I have. They're biodegrade. Just throw them somewhere that they'll degrade. It's fair. I am not at all. This is 2,000 tons, bro. I'm supporting an entire country's worth of freaking beans being ground right now, just to fucking test this. Might be a smaller country, but still, bro. Jeez. Anyway, how many did you lose? Let's see here, six, I think it was. Yeah, six total nanometers. Could I get this one's great. What you got there? Yeah, no worries, man. It's gonna be okay. I got you. Here, it's only $50. Yeah, I ground them all through this. It's $50. I got the filter if you want it for their Turkish delight or whatever. What? They're within your particle sizing. Uh, did you? Yeah, I had to go ask them. You know what that means. It's like, hey guys, you want to work in collaboration with this brand new person that grinds your shit? Meanwhile, me. Thanks for the grinding. In no way, because I'm the one that built it. Why would I say that? See, interrupter? See how you make no sense? Okay. It's. Oh, I was. Why are there police? You're a fucking retard. Did you really think you were gonna be able to steal my shit? You really think you're gonna be able to do that, huh? You could just buy this. It's $50. What the fuck are you? How retarded could you be? How fucking stupid are you? Yeah, I'm pressing charges. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, fuck this guy. Anyways, me on the other hand. So, I'm just gonna go sell a bunch of fucking ground beans. Luckily, though, they're from a roaster I trust, which is all that really I needed to fucking do on that one. But just that's business stuff. It's like, nah, I'm not gonna go sell a bunch of beans as a business opportunity because I have to freaking buy them practically. And I do mean practically because we're talking bulk stuff that's been roasted. You know what I mean? But then it's also the other. There's an elephant there in that room for sure. Because it's like, no, I mean, what did they get? It's like, no, 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 it's collaboration. No, 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 it's our special beans. These are our special beans. This is our special bean. It's a limited edition special bean. I'm like, thank goodness. I get to fucking like do this together with you. This is a good thing. I could never afford. That's like millions of dollars of fucking beans, bro. At least I got a solid fucking 60% on those sales. They were super very much the no, no, no. If they're bad, it's not us. Yep. I was like, well, then it's gonna be named after me and my company. But like, it's really you know what I mean, right? Right? Yeah, no, I know. But then okay, well, and then there was the talks, and eventually they broke down to if it's bad and ground bad, then bad and so bad. So we can't do this. Meanwhile, I worked out a deal with the people that they bought the beans that they roasted from, where I'd give them 20% for an initial amount if it only sold that amount, and then if it sold past that, they got 60% of my 60% after that point. Which effectively meant that they were hamstrung because they had a big old argument. The roaster, I'm not going to tell you who it is, that had to work and do that by having the association of their name, their roasting, right, and their bean source, all that as a new design and logo, kind of like for a specialty, and it's special. It's the same fucking ones. If I'm not even gonna fucking try, it is literally the same as their standard, roast and everything. Okay, but because I ground them, because I was gonna sell them, because of all that, they really, and I was like, all right, here's the thing. If I don't sell any of it, I pay all of that. At this percentage, I pay this amount. If at this percentage, and you see how it scaled. That's how I was able to get them to do this. So I could fucking brute force stress test one of my grinders. Which now meant it's like 2,500 means. And there's a picture on the bag. All of them and all that show off the grinder I used. Here's a place with a QR code and all that to buy it. This is the one I only lost after 2,500 tons of ground beans. Now, granted, not all of them are the same roast, right? But still, none of them. Oh, the 500 tons is a light roast, and then the 2,000 is a medium light roast of beans. And so it was like 2,500 tons, and that's what it looks like. That is after. This is the before, this is the during, in between with the 500 and the 2,000 and all that, and it has all the progressions, and it looks exactly the same. And it's like, here are the laser scanning results that show off exactly this amount. of loss. A total of 6 nanometers was all that was lost. Needless to say, I had a lot of inquiry quite quickly. My stock of grinders I made was gone. I already proceeded to ramp up production because I was already. No. I'm already in market. I'm on this site. I'm on that site. I'm on. Nobody really, and it's like I hit and I flood grocery stores and certain online markets, right, that sell beans, right, or ground, right? And it's like, what do you know? Wouldn't you have it? That's a good marketing strategy. It worked tremendously well to the point where it was like, well, our 100 in stock here, which we said, oh, we might be able to blah, blah, and move and so blah, and I was like, yeah, okay, so here's the contract I'm actually going to do with you. If I sell this amount this fast, and this is the percentage. This is what you're going to pay me. It's at a steep loss to me, by the way. Wouldn't you know it, I didn't lose a single time. Because I had a plan. I'm not a sucker. I don't take risks. I have plans. I know how the market works. It's easy shit. Simple stuff. People do that all the time. They're curious. Oh my god, what is it? That kind of stuff. Simple stuff. I'm not a sucker. Brand new, curious, really. Actually, this is pretty good. Meanwhile, I'm telling him, this is the same roast as before. I just ground it. The only reason why it tastes better is because I ground this. At this size, for this espresso, this pour over, for all these different paper filters, all these different V60s, all these different French presses, all these different espresso baskets. Wouldn't you know? I want that grinder. It's all I hear now. I'm not even kidding. There's literally all. It's like, hey, when am I gonna get this? I started ramping up that production so fast. I bought like legitimately hundreds of tons of those fucking things. And holy fuck, did I run out fast? I had to buy so fast. Granted, I was like, yeah, no, I'm going to saturate America, and then they're going to have it for a very long time, obviously, right? Every one of them's $50. It all depends on what you want. And that's really what that is. Now, granted, there's a bunch of people that would immediately be like, fuck you, really? $50? I have a particle distribution, I have... And I'm like, yeah, well, I can sell it for that and make a profit on every one of them. What's the problem? I can pay with the profit I make on every one of them all of my expenses. Now, if I had ultimately failed on any of that, and not really any of it, but really on every one of them, I would have fucking been ruined. But I didn't. I successfully made every one of them work. I got a great percentage. They did not want to do it again, apparently. And I was like, well, yeah, I kind of figured that. Especially when, really, I mean, who would need another grinder? And it's like, no, you're going to get the set. I already know that. Like, I already know the fucking coffee people. The coffee people are going to get a set. It's only $50. There's a set of these things. Each one of them has their own different types of styles, and each one of them will produce great coffee. But it's like, This is more of the espresso. This is more of the pour over. This is more of a combo. Then there's this, which is like exclusively really good types of French press. But it's like, no, no, no. Here's a French press I sell it with. It's like, here's a filter. It's like, wait, what? I thought I just had a grinder. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Filter. This makes it so it's the same consistency as what you bought. Always stated, every time, always suggested. But you know, I bought them every single time. It's what every customer said. This is what makes it this. This is, oh my God, I love it. Oh, it's fucking great. Blah, 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 blah. Right? I like it. It means I'm doing well. But what's the issue? There wasn't one, really. I just wanted to do other things. I made like a cool 50 mil. I started with about 100K and I made 50 million from that in about a year. That's how cheap I was able to make every one of my designs. I was able to mass manufacture. I was able to automate everything. It's just me as the only employee. I had to program a bunch of little fucking, machines to do everything, sure. But it's just me. It's like, where'd you get 100K? That's another story. But the long and the short of that one is I used those machines that I was making those coffee grinders with previously for something else that I had built up after I had gotten SSI to the point where I ultimately managed to make another business that I then successfully sold off. Told everybody I was selling off and it's under new management and whoever it is that's going to do that, because by that point they'd already learned about who I was and what was on my YouTube. They were like, I was like, okay, whatever, but you definitely love all of my shit that's there. So I was like, all right, before this goes sunken, is I know you're gonna love this. You're gonna be able to fucking make all these goddamn parts. Every one of these things are patented. I was gonna say parts. You did, interrupter. You were going to say that. I said, patented. They're mine. Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna pay me fucking 52% of all money that you make on this. But it's under yours and hers and his and all the rest of it. Management. You are the owners. You're the CEO. All of that. You sell my product. I'm not going to be the one advertising anymore. I'm not going to be the one making it anymore. And truthfully, if you don't want to ultimately pay me, you can't use this, this, that, this, that, this, that, this, that, this, and that. Because those are all my patented designs. Well, I went and traveled around and, did other things for a while. Was left with about 100K and a decent income from some good investments that, were like Charles Schwab kind of thing, year over year kind of growth. They were not happy with the brand name, and so they slightly changed the name and the logo, right? And at the end of it, they were no longer selling by that. Bunch of blah, marketing speak for, come on guys, trust us. Anyways, I had my fun. I did what I wanted to do. I made the money I wanted to make. I decided uh, everybody was going to know that, well, those are not my designs. And if you expect the same quality, the same performance in any of it, don't. People were already like, or at least whatever allowed to post online was. Started learning how to fucking find out that stuff. Turned into, holy shit. Wow, they just delete posts, bro. Or they don't even have them get seen by the person. I don't mean like curating customer reviews. I mean just straight up posts don't get seen. And people just think that they were fucking like blowing them off or ghosting them, ignoring them. They don't know that it's just not seen by that person. It's a real problem. That goes on for real, yeah. But I'm going to move on because it's like, well, whatever. I said my piece and I left. I mean that. Like, I said my piece, I left, and it's like I made up from 100,000 some machines I had. I was like, all right, well, and blah 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 with business blah blah and blah blah and blah 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 blah. The standard bullshit, right? You build up, you do the thing, and money. I made a cool 50 mil. I was like, I'm bored. I want to do other things. Honestly, I was bored. I want to do other things. Seriously, it was managing itself. Everything was automated. It ramps up based upon an algorithm I made for supply and demand and given metrics of data of input and projected expected amounts of buying and whether or not around this time, how long until they know about me or this or whatever it is, and then the standard vulture cancel culture crap, which, given this, that, these variables turns it into about this amount of time that you have on average before it starts to go bad. They're very predictable, especially when you have leisure activity and time to search with these given individuals that are ubiquitous to trying to search out various things about anyone that they don't like and or so on and so forth to try and knock down any given price before a buyout happens. Standard tactics in the world of corporate and stock and so on. Oh, it's totally legal though. Just get with the times. Ugh. Yeah, a genuine thing. Not even kidding. It's like genuinely very real. It definitely happens all the time. And I wish I could be sarcastic about that, but I can't. It definitely happens a lot. But I was like, all right, so I sold it off to this person. I let everybody know that it's not mine, it's not my design in any way. All the ones that I have patented, they can't use, and all the rest of this other stuff. And if they use anything similar to me, well, they got it from this person, me, on this place, on YouTube, and so on. I was like, just like before, you didn't care and you were no longer going to. I'm no longer going to be running the servers and the open source, but here is the code to all have your, each and every one of your filters and input of data be attached to. It has its own algorithm that is proprietarily mine. Although, for what it's worth, it's really not that hard to come up with it. But, it's free. You all can decide to hook it up as a big internet type of thing that all of you run together, or a singular server that does all the data crunching, like a protein floating at home, or a singular big server like a standard kind of website. It's up to you. Meanwhile, I was like, I'm already very fully well aware that there's not a single one of them that's probably going to buy any at all new grinders, because I gave them what is effectively a multi-generational fucking grinder that could in every way probably grind through the entire world's coffee supply several fucking times over and still be totally something usable. Which is mind-boggling for some. Not to me, but for some, yeah. It was simple for me to do. I mean, it's already very, very hard material. But then it's like, well, I have effectively a lubricant that is the coffee. You know? And then it's heat, it's spread, and its aggregation, the ability to wear things down is spread out too, except for the very grains I'm looking to grind. Two birds, one stone kind of thing. It'll last an enormously long period of time. I already set everything up. It was running for a solid year. I didn't do any specialty coffee. Instead, I sold shocker miniature little popcorn makers I modified to basically roast themselves, right? With cleaner type materials and all the rest of it. I already have my own type of popcorn maker that's very similar. It blows air from the sides towards the center and creates a vortex. And it's like, that's really good at what it does. All I did was program it to be very specific, and knowing what crack has started to appear and when it stops, which is the popcorn sound. It's a microphone. Then the amount of heat that you want to input initially, right? It can warm the sides of the walls, not just blow hot air in it, right? It's able to handle more, and it has a recirculating design, so it'll pull and push it up. It'll go up, and it'll drop the beans off to the sides, and it'll come back in. And it'll constantly keep rotating it through. So it has a constant, consistent roast. You can always introduce aromatics and other types of oils to have a type of roast that is artificial. Or you can always spray it on, which is sometimes what they do. And then have a cooling tray. It knows timing based upon weight and the type of beans you're adding in. So it's like, all right, so you're telling me it's from this vendor, right? If there any vendor direct from the farmer that is within any of these ones that I already have set up, like I talked to them, it's like, all you have to do is say that it's this coffee bean and that this is the weather that you monitored, this is the amount of water, all that kind of stuff that you're already doing anyways. You just have to put it in and then measure it before it's dried and after it's dried. And that's it. And it's like, okay, so this roast, knows, roaster knows that it's this bean from this vendor, and it can roast it for this roast level type this long with this amount of mass. You put it into it. It's automatic, fully automatic. To the degree of this change, weather, barometric pressure, altitude, and more, changes it. It will set it up so that way it's more self-contained. But it is already, just as an FYI, but it'll set it up so that way it happens to make it such that it's more consistent with its humidity input values and its pressure heat values, which is good. You're going to want that. Cool. Okay, but like, then there's the website. Well, I did this, I did that, I did. Okay, so, and then, oh, this seems to be for this roast, the type that I like in terms of beans. Need for this amount of time. Put it in. Right? Spits it out, puts it on a nice little cooling tray. That's actually an anti-static, hydrophobic, lipid-phobic sheet. It's like a cookie sheet, effectively. And by sheet, I mean it's a roll-out little piece that's a part of it. And then it's got a bunch of little tiny holes. And because it recirculates everything, it gets all that chaff. And it will, keep it in a nice little cup that drains with this little vortex thing. We also push a good amount of the carbonized, smoky air into that as a nice little pre-filter before it's recommended to put it on a windowsill or, sticking outside underneath your kitchen's range with the vent, that kind of thing, as it can get kind of smoky. It's not going to be enough from the pre-filter to cause any smoke alarms, but there's going to be some there, so you point it outside kind of thing, right? And it works. It's remarkably efficient for what it's worth because it stores the heat and it basically does a heat exchanger for that vortex for the chaff, as it'll take the heat back, but it'll take and cool off any of the smoke and particulate, matter, and then filters that, takes it out, and then gets run through an inlet heat exchanger, like an air-to-air intercooler. Then that gets, after it's gone through, dumped out with the exhaust that goes through the filter. Now, the vortex is a double vortex. Hot goes one way, cold goes another. That cold, typically a stentor, is better at keeping chaff. It still will push chaff through if it gets stuck on the other side of the hot vortex, and then it'll go through the heat exchange. So, all one little nice, neat trick. It's $50. That's right. $50. I often had people buy a $200 package of, well, I have a filter, that's $50. I got a grinder, that's $50. Unless you want to get the grinder filter together, that's only $50. With the roaster, that's $50. And you'll be directly supporting the farmers of your coffee if you buy directly from them. Here's a wonderful website, and all of these different ones, they're all in a nice little neat little row. And it's like you go to them, or you can sell directly through my site, and then you can buy it directly from them. I don't take any money. Literally, I take none of the money. It all goes to them. And like, why would you do that? And the answer, because I want to support them. That's why. Why the fuck do you think? It takes money to run your site. Yeah. Not that much. Not that fucking much. Jesus shit. Meanwhile, I'm like, let me just go fucking roast some of my own thing, blah, 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 blah. Searched around for some, like, individual coffee farmers. Love them. You know, it's really fun to talk to some of them for what it's worth. And then I was like, all right, so I love this. And that's really kind of what I'm looking for. It's like I put out that as my own roasted coffee, right? On my site, right? And then I also sold it in stores briefly. And I mean briefly. It's a real brief. It was like for about 3 months there, you could get it in stores. I pumped up massively the value of my company by doing that. It's like, I'm ubiquitous now, a household name. I'm in about, I think, 15 to slightly more. It didn't matter to me really how many countries I was in, truthfully. It's just that I was able to distribute. That one was fine. That's when I was like, oh, yeah, no, I want to get into something else now. Remember that one? Well, I spent a lot of the profits on getting into airship transportation and engine creation of a different sort. Air engine and electric motor creation. So it's like I sold it for $50 million after those 3 months. I then went into distribution, and then I took basically all cargo ships and planes off the market. I then created a shuttle service to orbit, a given station that I had in orbit, like NASA does for the ISS, that's bigger than theirs. I had a online internet that had a several different towers, then ships, vacuum balloons, and then in orbit, low orbit, like Elon Musk's Starlink, as a signal hopper and wireless energy using microwave and other styles of electromagnetic radiation power transfer. I put a bunch of solar panels on a lot of them, and I wanted to see how well they would do. Well, I was able to power several countries doing that, give them faster than terabyte a second internet. Made it so they had fresh water and food, sewage treatment as well. And I think that's about where it ended on that one. I was kind of bored. I was basically finished with transportation. I had already created a moon base for a while. I had a country on the moon. It was growing coffee on the moon and whatever the fuck else I wanted, truthfully. There's no laws. So I was like, yeah, that's fine, whatever. Whoopie-doo, really. The low gravity means they grow longer, bigger, and taller, so that was fine. I was just kind of bored after a bit. Like, for real, like, I just got into a point, like the whole transfer, I was like, look at my distribution network I had already setting up for already been setting up for my coffee. Yeah! And it's like, Oh yeah, no, I suppose I could. It's like growth, 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 growth. They're like, no, no, he's getting too big now. It was fun. Like by the time we got to distribution network, it was. I should talk about it because it was like, oh, all transportation and distribution is handled by me. Like literally, like I did a Google effectively. It's like, no, 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 you can use those other guys, but like, are you going to? Anti-competitive practices. More like I'm just really fucking able to send this that fast and that cheaply with no problem. I don't see why you can't. That fuel costs. Just fucking get better. Why don't you do that? Meanwhile, here's an engine for you that's cheaper to run all of your fuel. Meanwhile, me, I run off the air and electricity. They bought it though every time. It was kind of sad. I was like, really? Why don't you? Whatever. I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna start going into space now. That was when the growth thing started happening. They were like, no, 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 there's no, and just exponential growth. I'm like, I don't want your investments, which really fucking put a damper on a lot of people. It's like I'm a privately held company by one individual. It's just me. You're gonna have to fucking put up with that. Not even kidding. I'm really not. When I say I'm not kidding, I mean I'm not kidding. It's just my own ass that fucking did all of it. I had nobody else to fucking help, really. I just fucking did it myself. I was fucking tired of having to wait around for others or give in to anyone else's ideas. I was like, why the fuck would I care about that? I paid you money. No, I'm not gonna do that. I literally give no shits about that. Uh, yeah, I know. Like it was literally before I even started. It was like because that can exist, the answer is forever no. So I just made a bunch of fucking billions upon billions upon billions, just transporting trillions of tons every year around. I was like, I don't even. Why are you paying me this much? I don't need this. I mean, I actually really don't. It doesn't cost that much. Well, I mean, you'll be able to put more in the sky or whatever, right? Like, I can. Sure, I guess. You want to go to moon? How much? 2 grand, I think, for a ticket for like high class stuff or whatever. Which essentially means you get 100 people in one of them, and you get to run around and do whatever the fuck you want while you go to the moon. Meanwhile, it's like $5 to go to the moon. I use my air shit, and then it's just like, oh yeah, no, I'll just fucking do the whole Momenta thing and then some other shit that I made, and that was really easy to do. Yeah, no, I saw that there's a. It's. I'll have to watch it, but it was what was this Anton Petrov or something like that. See here, groundbreaker and research used for quantum effects and not heat to drive pistons. Anton Petrov, yeah, it was about a month ago right now, and it's like, what do you know? So it can be done. So you guys are fucking retards that didn't know. It's like I'll just use that to accelerate me. You know, like the troll physics. You know what I mean? Like troll physics is like an injector. I'll just put a magnet in front of my car and I'll always keep going towards it. There's got to be an equal and opposite, right? Yeah, you have workarounds in space, I'll tell you that much. It's like his is like the opposite is captured by the fact that the piston moves a different direction. Meanwhile, me, what's the resistance in space? Like effectively nothing, right? Yeah. Why don't I just point it at myself? It's a different version than his, most likely, but I'd have to know. I didn't watch it. Point is, it's like totally doable, and I just didn't give a fuck. I was like, what's the cheapest nitrogen? Fucking hell. I'll just use nitrogen. Can I get it up to 99% speed light? Yeah, probably. Why? Fine, I'll just do that. Fucking brute force my way all the way over there. It's like, brrr, just got there. It was no trouble at all. Using the entire skin of the damn thing. It's like, what's this nitrogen doing here? I actually created a bit of an issue though, because I created like actual rivers of nitrogen that were falling onto the moon after a bit. And then James Webb's was all like, yeah, why do we have nitrogen reflection? I was like, sorry, James. I guess I'll clean it or something. And I used the like fucking Momenta thing. Got rid of it. Do you want to be in a different orbit? Please don't fucking touch our telescope. Can you fuck off? Are you sure? I can give it a better fucking, Okay, fine. I won't. Whatever. Jeez. Like $100 trillion man. I need the money for something. Manson moosed several fucking countries. Got rid of vast hordes of debt. It was like, guess what? I bought it. I own all of your assets. You're going to make these laws. These amendments. This constitution, get rid of it. This is capitalism, get gone. I'm not even kidding. I did that. They were like, this is literally what it sounded like. A bunch of children arguing a bunch of bullshit. I then told every one of their fucking citizens in the entire world's countries that I was involved with when I was doing that, to just fucking tell them that they wanted this. It was renewable. They had their own housing. Everything was like recyclable. Nothing was like going to be a climate change disaster. People were finally happy and free. Education's free. Healthcare's free. Lots of stuff like that. I was done. I literally was. By that point, I was like, well, you do it or I tank your entire economy. I crash it. I then proceeded to do exactly that. I crashed their entire economy. I literally took all their assets, turned off all of their internets, all of their healthcare, all of their infrastructure payments, all of their water and sewage, all their electricity, every bit of all food delivered to any and all grocery stores, through any distribution, anything. Basically, I turned it all off. I was like, have fun. You can't use any of my shit. They just let you. Yeah, no, I can't let you do that. Yoink. Try me. I was literally like that. I bought basically all of the resource land that they could have. I was like, oh, you want mining equipment? Pay me. With fucking what? Do this. He'll get it back. And then started sending asteroids down to blow up certain parts of the planet. It was fun, actually, for a really long time. The people on the moon already had everything, so they were fucking gonna ever care. Please, people of the moon. And then they started hurling asteroids at them. It was like, fucking, are you kidding me? Like, I care. Meanwhile, we were just laughing our asses off at people just being like, why are we still following these retards? Why would we follow a government that didn't just fucking do that? I was like, well, you don't have one. All of them are dead now. And you guys could just form a new one, I guess. So you're saying we could do that? Huh? Yeah, no, sure, go for it. Yeah, go try. Yeah. You have to do it this way. Wait. No. Let him. Next. Next. Boom. Nothing but what I tell you to do. Literally that. To be fair, though, after a certain point, there were so few people left on the planet. It was like, you will do as I tell you. Meanwhile, the few people that did, yeah, no, we are. It's fine. Yeah, but not these guys. Oh, that's right. You're probably talking to them. Yeah, no, you guys are good. I was having a fun time after a while. You have no idea. Like, I might be a homicidal, genocidal maniac to some, but like, you know what? I don't see it that way. And I'm not going to. You're literally arguing to continue torturing a bunch of people because you just prefer it that way. At least they put them out there suffering and shit, right? It was like 30 years of never ending working my ass off and getting nowhere. There's dreams, man. Oh, yeah, no, sure, there are so many dreams. This is garbage. Nah, I don't think so. You gonna boom them? No. This is crap. I don't want to have to do anything that you tell me to. Like, seriously, why I can't get... Boom! Capitalism. Why are you setting up an economy run off of leaves and not resources and time and valuation based upon effort and blah, 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 all the stuff I've already said? Why is that illegal now? Boom! There you go. I know, right? Oh no! What do you know? Shit. It can never let you succeed if you're gonna fucking prevent us ever from continuing to take advantage of all the people that there is that. On the bridges falling down, falling down. Oh, right. There you go. I hate you all. You must suffer now. I am a better person. I am money, and that make bet. Fuck off. Hate this fucking shit. Uh, but I did. I did that. It was fun. Honestly, it's pretty fun. I don't know. Like for what it's worth, if you got to this point, like it basically devolved until we just left. It's not even a. It's not even a joke. We literally just are like, oh, by the way, there's a ginormous asteroid coming your way. I guess we're leaving now. What? Yeah, have fun. Yeah, no. We have some automated just hurl shit at you and kill you if you try and make our stuff. This is what you're allowed to do. I'm not going to tell you exactly how to make those things, but I hope you somehow have figured out a way. No, we will use your boom. You're never allowed to use my designs. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Fun stuff though. Moving on though. You know, like if I want to talk about the burr grinders and stuff, that's really what this is really truthfully supposed to be about. It's like, well, I sold it really well because, like, I gave them really, really good coffee that normally wouldn't be that good tasting, but that's really just because, like, basically brute forced all coffee grind size. It's like, what's this amount for? Well, it's in a French press, so, you know, um, there's ratios on the bag. Right, there's ratios on the bag, right, yeah. It is. There are, I'm just letting people know. There are ratios on that bag. It was like, okay, so what's your French press about? Did you buy the French press bag? I did not. I bought pour over. Okay. Well, it, there is a suggested dosage for the how to measure it with various other things. Wait, what? Yeah, no, that was a whole other thing. What does that mean? Okay, so here's something special I learned, just as an FYI. Scoops are terrible. I hate scoops. But you know what? Everybody has one thing or another that's similar in terms of the amount of weight that's around them that they need. I had a little pivot point with the scoop that you could put this other thing on, and if you properly got like that, then that would be the right amount that you needed. A brute force poor man's scale. Easy enough. And it's like this amount, this many times, right? And that's what I would do for suggestions. Now, this only worked with scoops that I had already designed it to work for. There's a helpful suggestion of buying this gram scale on my website because, of course, on some other ones that are not mine that do work just fine. So on, right? But it was like, this is an easy way to set this up, and no, this is an exactingly decent enough preciseness scale. Right? So, yeah, that's what we recommend on all the bags. I mean it. It's literally that. That's what they had. So it's like if you don't have this scoop, you don't have that. It's like, well, what about spoons? I'm like, okay, well, this blah 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 blah. It was on there. Really? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or it's the QR code. Like it would give you an app. Well, it's a website. Really, I designed it in the website, my website, And so you'd scan anywhere. And yeah, you don't even want to get into the amount of buttholes, dicks, balls, fucking vaginas, breasts, mouths. Like, fucking. It's just so many. Just so damn many goddamn body parts were scanned as a joke. Ha ha. I'm so fucking smart and intelligent. Ha ha. What if I use this as my measuring? Uh-huh. Meanwhile, it was like the general thing was a large amount of beeping, crunching number, sending to FBI, sending to a relative. Child porn possibly detected. So small and ineffectual, inadequate. Micropenis possibly. Meanwhile, I never said anything to anyone, but it made the rounds pretty quickly. I mean, it made the rounds pretty quickly everywhere. It's not a joke. I didn't send anything to anyone. I never fucking stored anything. That's the general gist of what that is. But like, yeah, it was nice to effectively remove what is the equivalent of a large amount of people that are dumb enough to try and think that that would be a funny joke or try. But no, for what it's worth, we did have accurate size measurements of penis sizes or vaginas or if you want to use a breast or whatever. It's more about what's the surface area really. But it's like, it's only if you can weigh it against something else, right? It has to scale. So it was really only ever meant like, well, with the length and girth you have here, if you were able to pivot at this exacting point, and if you were never blah 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 and all the rest of it, it's like this height with attached to your body for your penis and blah blah blah, you can measure accurately with the. It was pretty weird for a while because people were really getting fucking fancy with how they would angle their bodies to do it, and it was like fucking over this. Yeah, the easiest way was like this spoon or this size and whatever, and it's like take this kind of scan with your phone, and use all three of your or however many cameras you had, and you'd be asked to basically make a left to right, right to left at this height, try and get it pretty close to that, and then, forward to back, back to forward, and then, a square around it, and then flip it over and do the same thing again. It was like, do you have a fucking ruler? No. Do you have any, like, honestly, I would ask them, like, if you have this, or if you have that, if you have this pivot, and then blah, 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 blah. And then it was like, yeah, so this is exact, and then I can do that. Super simple stuff. Then it'd use your phone as a helper to apply various characteristics for outright size. It's like this shape of a mound on the spoon would be this amount at this pivot point. You can put this here and with the tool that was included in every one of them. It would effectively tell you can modify it this way, or you could do this, or whatever else kind of stuff. But then that meant that you could bounce it like that, and you could use that as another type of scale. Meanwhile, I'm like, just Get a fucking scale. Just get a scale. Fucking any scale. Any damn scale. What are you doing? Why won't you get a scale? What the fuck? Just get a scale. And I'm not kidding. I just constantly, it's like scale, 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 scale at every fucking step of the way. Reminder, you can just get a scale. Reminder, you could just get a scale. Reminder, you could just get a scale. There's mine and these others. There's mine and these others. There's mine, these others, and mine, these others, and mine, these others. You can go here, 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 here. Do you really not have a scoop if you have this? It says that this is the thing you're putting it in. That means you should have at least this scoop. Have you looked? Are you sure? Scan your cupboards. Show me what's in your drawers. Showing a penis that I will send to the NSA and all of your contacts right this instant if you do not scan your drawers. Will not be accepted. Do this! It did actually send it to the NSA. You have no idea how long they were fucking trying to get rid of me. As a silent witness. I was like, oh, I'll just go to this website. All these different fucking IP. Holy fuck. Meanwhile, every one of their contacts has a fucking penis picture. So many people went to jail. Shit. I didn't even want to know. It was fucking great. Such controversy. The rage bait was real. 1 year! In 1 fucking year! Get fucking destroyed that shit. It was a meme. I was so fucking good. Man, to go. It was such a huge meme. Huge. Anyways, they scanned the drawer. Oh, what do you know? It's right there. Fucking. So you had it all along. I had to scan it no matter what. Otherwise, it's going to send pictures. Thanks. Pivot it like this. Use any of these things also in this drawer to pivot it. Like, if it would do that, it'd be like, this amount of this is equal. It'd be like water or whatever the fuck else. Or like, well, you got like this many paper clips, you got this many thumbtacks, you got blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, I'm watching them just fucking shit storm their ass online once it fucking got to that point. It's like, no, have you seen that there's some dumbasses that do... It told me it was gonna send fucking pictures they took of my... I was like, okay. Maybe don't do that. Meanwhile, if they really didn't have anything, of course it would get to that point. It was such a small percentage. Especially when they get their phone effectively making all of their, and I mean this, not just that picture, but all pictures and all videos in their phone sent to everyone else. Not like we're going to do it through an email or some shit. Through the website, which isn't technically doing it through the website. It's through an intranet tunnel thing that effectively creates a direct nearby share-like link that's an encrypted line between your phone and internet to all of their phones and through their internet or cell service. There was no way to stop it because the moment you turn your phone back on, it would immediately start up again. They didn't even have to have the app or their phone open, the other person. It'd just be there waiting as a big, ginormous group of files, or however much it was, that's just going to suddenly be there. It's like, congratulations, you received all of this from one of your contacts. This person, do you know them? It's okay, you can't delete them until you say yes or no. They live at this address. It was super fun. You have no idea how fucking fun it was to watch people just get to a point when it was like, so you're gonna fuck with me? You sure? Okay. This isn't gonna work out for you, but alright. Joke's on you. I don't even have anything in my phone. Oh, yeah, is it on your SD cards? Is that why that was? It unencrypts it, by the way, and sends it as an unencrypted file. It encrypts it on the way over, but it unencrypts it from your phone. Anything that's in there, you don't have the key. Your phone does, you fucking retard. I have to input like a pin. Yeah, they say you do. The answer is no, you don't. Just letting people know. It's like, your phone's open, right? Yeah. Then no. It knows. That's a stored fucking temporary file. It knows already what your fucking goddamn pin is. Yeah, no, it just sends it. It won't though, I swear. I swear it won't. It does. It does. It does. All of everything. All of everything. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. Yeah, no, it's like, no, I have it stored in an encrypted area on my phone. Yeah, okay, whatever. All of it's. Yeah, no, it's. I love this one. And I mean this, because it's like, oh, I'm going to fucking ask it for help. I'm like, oh, there's a loading bar. Yes, there is. It's storing it in a temporary file that's basically gonna fucking just straight shot it to every one of your contacts. It's like, are you sure you want to continue? All of your files might be sent if you do this in such that you are explicit. Mean. Or provide any possibly lewd materials. He was screwed so fast. So many people. Like, so many. You can't do this. Is it? No, no, you agreed. You agreed when you fucking signed that damn accept. Not to mention, the only way you can use the website like that is you put in your driver's license, a credit card and debit card information, a valid social, your address, a place of business. Or if you're not working, you're not working, right? Yep. It then also goes through a couple of other things, but I'm going to move on. Why would it need that? To do this. So it's a valid signature. It is a valid over online signature of the individual who's that account that belongs to. Even if it was someone else that hit the button, they're now responsible. It knows very much who you are. It also has you take a verification picture of yourself. And a video too. Which effectively means no and yes you did. You have no legal standing. I have every right to do with that I want. All of them? There's nothing stating I'm not allowed to do that, by the way. There are no laws against it. And if you sent explicit pornography, lewd, mean, whatever it is, I can send that. It is actually illegal for me not to. On a technicality. I have wiggle room there. I just like to do it because it's like, are you really gonna try? Really? Because go get fucked. I don't play around. Oh, okay, that's great. Don't do it on your computer, I'll tell you that much. I have a webcam. How many pictures you got on there? If you intend to do that, like, you might as well just give up and, like, get rid of, like, but that thing that you're doing. Which even then, it's like, these are the exact GPS coordinates and location. It won't let me use it without turning. I can put it onto someone else. Someone else over there will have the GPS. Oh, that's all. Yeah, I can. It says here that there's no fucking possible way that you were over there. It has to be within the house that I have registered as my residence. That is correct. Or at the very least, your phone's GPS has to showcase that you are not there. Have any from your credit card history, purchases of any tickets, any gas, any movement, of any records of any kind from your phone's GPS, of any app's data, or any of the rest of it that has you having moved to that point over a agreeable, realistic amount of time. No, it's fine. Guys, I'll just have it fucking slowly, I guess, after 8 hours, or how long would it take for a flight to wherever it was that was? About 24 hours, sir. Okay. So you're gonna have to wait a day. Or you can go to fucking Walmart and get a goddamn scale. Get a fucking scale! Get a scale! Just get a scale, man! What the fuck? Seriously, though. I need all of this to help me figure out a way to fucking make a scale that tilts on a fucking point. I went through all of this. How was it you? You, Xenon, how was it you? That wasn't me, because that's pretty normal. I can do that. I just like fucking with people. Like, honestly, it's like, are you kidding me? You're gonna be mean to me after I set up like a fucking really good program that's gonna help you creatively come up with like a solutionary scale that's close enough for you to just fucking put a good enough amount, correct amount, more or less, in whatever fucking brew method you've got. Ring the doorbell! Meanwhile, why are you screeching over there? I don't know. They're like, we're gonna ring your doorbell. We're gonna clean your clock. You don't even know what you're getting into, Buster Brown. I think you guys are stupid as fuck. That's what I gotta say. Jesus. Like I literally built like one hell of a program at that point. There was there a website that's just literally meant to help you get within like a couple of half grams, more or less, more likely, to fucking put into your fucking whatever brewer that you're gonna use. And you're gonna be like, no, here's my dick, measure that, fuck off. I'm gonna fucking wait 24 whole hours. Yeah, okay, did you purchase the tickets? Did your phone ever ping in those locations? No and no. Then no! It didn't! What do you know? How did you? That's. Just shut the fuck up. Okay, but the VPN and still has to have like location. It's got to go from somewhere to somewhere, no matter what. That's a proxy thing. It's still gonna ask you, like legitimately. I'm just letting you know. It's like your location data is here. You now need to have a video with you in it that has no AI or in any manner, shape, or form filtration applied to it. That has you walk around all of these given areas, which should be no problem because you're saying you're staying in this hotel. And it should be such that you can go from here to there to there to that to this to do this. Because you had an itinerary here. It says you were going to go to here, which means it should be on your way. Real time. It's a live stream for what it's worth. Yeah, it does do that. Also, your GPS. Your video camera. Microphone. Accelerometer. And more data points are going to be used. Before you're allowed to now use it. Honestly, though, I was going to do it anyway. She's not wrong. For what it's worth, they told us. I was like, oh, yeah, no. And then, what do you know? Okay. Especially when it's like, well, I'm deep in the woods, man. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, fuck, shit. Yeah, no. Well, this would probably be fine. You can use this. Do you have one of these things? Or this? Oh, let me see. Oh, okay. You can use that and this. And this will make it so that way you have a scale. You should have probably packed that, but you know what? We all forget things. It's okay. Yeah. Does it really, that's an actual message I send to everyone that does that. It's like, it's okay. But a reminder, if you let us know, we'll remind you next time. Oh. For what it's worth, we have like little tiny ones that can go into your phone, just as an FYI, because there are accelerometers and potentiometers in there. But like, it's a little bit more difficult. So we usually just use the USB C or USB B or any of the, you know what I mean, as a dongle. Seriously? Yeah, 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 it's a camping thing. Like, you usually have your phone, but it's like there's the solar one, and then there's the one that'll go with your phone. You never know when somebody's gonna want coffee out in the middle of the fucking fuck all nowhere. You know what I mean? So, it's a thing. How cheap are they? They're very pretty fucking cheap. They're like $5 and $10 respectively. It's like nothing to make them. Well, do you have an app that we could use or something? Not really. I mean, certain phones might be able to do it. Heartbeat sensors with light. So like, it's really kind of hard, but there's a way to do it using light. It really depends, truthfully, on certain things. What does that mean? It means you still need a vessel, you know. Right? Yeah. It doesn't really matter. Why? Because I just kind of stopped caring. I literally just made an app that was like, here's a camera that's on, clap at this distance roughly away near the beans. Make sure these three angles are there. This resolution, this sound pressure, this distortion, this vibration, blah, 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 all gets measured, and it says your beans are about this dense, you're at this altitude, they would have this fucking different amount of movement, blah, 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 and so they should be roughly about this amount of mass. Some clapping and some camera work. Yep. It's literally like three claps, move it, three claps, move it, three claps, move it, back to your hand and wait. And it's like, let's see. It says it's and point zero. Let's just go with a fucking number. Yeah, sure. It's 15.0999678 I mean, I don't have that, but I do have a 09. This fucking thing I'm measuring is one of those which I retarded. Yes. So what's the actual mass difference when it comes down to the fact that it's a higher altitude? Wait, what? Yeah, you're a higher altitude, which will change and affect, ultimately speaking, what you weigh those beans as. Well, is there wind? Yes. Do you count for? Of course, it's a fucking video. Well, okay, but I hate everything about you. You fucking dick. That's not. It's too fucking fuck you. Somebody stand over there. Holy much. What's the expected loss value at that altitude? There's a higher chance of off gassing with the nitrogen. Okay, fine. It's just it should still be within about 2 to 5%. Yeah, no, I mean, it says it's 15.5. There's a zero there. Okay, fine. All right, the 15.05. Fuck off. You did not measure them. Go fuck yourself. I'm watching this fucking thing. I'm gonna move on. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't care. Because truthfully, you're right. It doesn't. It's just like this is an app. I got really decently good at it too. After a point, I was like, I have a better way of doing this. I can measure accelerometer data. What? Yeah, I said, give me exactingly this many beans. And so it's like, this is 1, then it's 5, then it's 10. Pick an average size bean of your entire amount. I then said, do that 3 times. Measure from a height, it says, to take a picture of either hand, if you're going to do it from your hand. It says take a picture of whatever it is that you're measuring, this length, you're going to drop them from. It knows your GPS and altitude as a result. Make sure it's on a decently enough flat surface. Then, after 1, 5, and 10, 3 times, depending on how accurate you wanted it, it gives you exactingly accurate data for the averaged out aggregate amount of your beans. Really? Yeah, down to about 0.01 of a gram. Seriously, 0.01 of a gram. But you only needed to really technically put in 3 beans, singular. And you could get down to 0.1. Fine. What if I use the same beans? Well, then you're not getting any more accurate data, are you? No, I suppose not. No. Anyways, that's calculated on the app, which is really technically just a version of the website. Yeah, it doesn't connect to the website. Wait, what? It doesn't. No. The website's the website. App's the app. Uses the phone? No. Wait, what? No, doesn't use the phone. Uses all phones connected to the website. And it uses cloud computing resources to do it. Yeah, literally. It was like, well, based upon this data set over this amount of time for this given, lot number of this bag of blah, 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 it said basically this number of beans will equal this amount. Just count that. A scoop and it takes a picture, that scoop will give you flat. That's right. Scrape it off. The top gives you this exact amount. More than likely. Really? Yeah, a good way to put it is within a 0.01 to 0.1%. No, of a gram, not percent, dumbass interrupter that doesn't like what I'm saying. Yeah, no, the app is basically like, just fucking scan the fucking stupid bag. Like, it's literally, I'm not even kidding. It might as well have said that. It's like, just bleeping, scan the bleeping bag. I guess they'll do that. Based upon all of these things, which it goes over. which I literally have it say, based upon all of these things. Then it has the list show up. It says that you should more than likely, with this number of beans, please input this if it's what you get with your scale and what scale you're using and what and all the rest of it you get for your gram amount. What the fuck was that? What did my dog just do? I don't know. I didn't really see. It's probably my neighbor that fucking had something fall. Doesn't seem like anything fell over there. I'm gonna go check. But point is, that was what it was. It was like, that is literally like how I averaged and aggregated out multiple amounts of data, and I ended up realizing that gram scales are fucking insanely off by up to about 20% on average. More people fucking just use the app to fucking drop like 10 beans onto it to get to a 0.01, or actually a 0.0928 of a gram amount. Yeah. Because it was like, this is 20% off. Like, no, for real. Like, they can't be calibrated, which is really pretty shitty, actually. You know what I mean? So, I just started fucking getting pissed off about it after a while. I was like, just fucking buy my scales. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's like, this is a calibrate weight. This is this, like little, shroud, like a little fucking air shroud. This is this exacting amount of beans, right, for your altitude, your humidity, your barometric pressure, blah, 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 all that. Which is scans. I'm not kidding, it did, yeah. But they're potentiometers to a degree, right? But it's also like, no, I have a laser that's inside of it that alters based upon, like, its, amount put in, which I have a little basket that it comes with. So you just use that instead. Has a little nice pour funnel that bends forward, kind of like a milk carton. And then you can pour it into whatever grinder you want. And it's like, it's automatically hooked up to the app. And it was like, oh yeah, no, just derp. No, that's the scale I changed inside a lot of my grinders. Like the automatic, like it has a filter, but it also happens to have a scale in it, right? Well, the scale is a bunch of potentiometers and lasers. It also happens to have if you connect to the internet, it knows its exact GPS location. It knows its barometric pressure because of the gram scale, because that's a pressure thing. And it happens to know what's going on locally with your humidity based upon potentiometer static electricity. A bunch of people are pretty stupid not to put that all together. They say, you can't do this. No. And so you're dumb, and you could, turned out. I'm about to clean your clock again. You better not talk like that. You think you can talk to blah 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 blah. Dude, you're listening to a recording. Who the fuck are you? Or are you hacking me? Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, dude. Like, go fuck yourself. Okay. Show up. Just show the fuck up. Meanwhile, I'm having a blast with it because it's like, this is coming in hot to you right now at $50 damn. Yeah, there's a fucking series of grinders. Potentiometer. It is a very accurate gram scale. You have no idea, like, actually how accurate that is. Like, if you don't maybe grasp what I'm trying to say, but it's like, it is more accurate than a $2,000 fucking gram scale. I had people rip this fucking thing apart for its scale because it was like $50 for that. Like, put it in perspective, there are a lot of scientists, chemists all across the world that specifically bought this just to get the scale. It was that good. I had a fucking blast with it. I was like, you can just buy the fucking goddamn one I sell on my site for phone. They're like, is it the same? It's literally the same. I mean, it's not gonna, you know, be whatever large, ginormous amount that is. Say these huge, ginormous boxes. I was like, what? I don't have that. Now, you can put like some serious shit in that. This is really only meant for like, I think, a fucking pound of coffee at most. You're never really supposed to go more than a pound of something, so I don't know. That's me. No, I mean it gets a lot less accurate. It goes down to like only a tenth of a gram once it gets past a pound. Granted, it still has to be within like the air case or whatever, but like that was a fun one. It was like, let me just stick this up, and then it's like latch on, and then it's like and then put it back down. That's all it is. It's super simple. It just rolls up. It's just a shroud. Yeah. Why the wouldn't we do that ourselves? Because we're stupid and retarded. And we don't tell you in any goddamn way that you deserve all of that for so cheap. Even if it is actually genuinely cheap to make all of those things and do all of that together. There we go. That's capitalism for you. It progresses us. Why do you fucking ever think it does? Look at this fucking retard over here still trying to think it sells anything. Capitalism. Ugh. I won't be special. Oh God, I'm out of this. All right, so like I got the scale. You know, it's like here's how much you're supposed to put in. It's like this is the coffee, right? Like that's what this was originally going to be talking about before we went on a massive tangent like that. All because you were like, so what about this? What about this? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about this? What about that? What about that? What about it? Do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have that? Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have that? Do you have this? Do you have this? Do you have that? Meanwhile, yes, 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 this, that, this, and extra, 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 extra. So I was like, I'm done. You know, but it's like, here you go. Here's your coffee. Well, I got the filter. Is it a light roast? There are instructions here for me to preheat this too at a very particular temperature. No kidding, huh? What's your altitude? It suggests this recipe at this altitude. I'm gonna do that then. Fine. There we go. Was it good? Oh, it was fucking great. I had to sip that while I got to listen to all these other people fucking decided to do dumb shit to your fucking website and send you a bunch of crap and all the rest of it. All it's a bunch of crap after. It's like, so you have a skit fucking fun and just, and they're still angry like you haven't done enough somehow. Just go fucking buy a scale. Any scale. Fuck off. You angry? You know, I send it in pressurized containers. Yeah, pressurized. They're pressurized. What? Yeah, filled. With what? A non-reactive gas. It's not nitrogen, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, that's true. It's not. What the fuck? Is it like a noble gas or something? Yeah. No, it's a noble gas. It's a very cheap. It's literally the cheapest noble gas I could buy in mass. So I did that, and then like that's what it shipped with. displaces oxygen, makes it so that the nitrogen is always stored inside. It'll not off gas, and so if a certain psi is maintained, which is what that is, it never loses its freshness, even after grinding. I have a very specific way of having you remove the coffee beans that are in there that are roasted. That's what I ship it with. So what that means is you're able to take it out without having you lose the gas inside. Is it like a vacuum pump or something? No. No, nothing like that. It's just a secondary chamber that then like takes the coffee and then effectively gets it through, and then it closes it around that, and then it like essentially uh, squeezes itself out. I guess is a way to put that. It's not incorrect to say that. It's more of a wind-up toy than anything at that point. It is actually, yeah. It's like you spin it, it winds it up, and it's like, well, during that, it stores a certain amount of pressure inside of a given area that's from the coffee up top, right? But what that means is that it sucked out that given amount as a vacuum, basically. Except it's the same amount that's in there, the same pressure, but now it's going to slowly suck it out, and then it'll slowly reduce the size of that secondary chamber until it's a little door hinge thing. Yeah, it's just a hinge. It's literally just a hinge sliding mechanism. And it's like it squeezes itself out as a result of that. But what it means is like you store that in there. But that also means you have that always permanently there at that pressure. Why the fuck would you? Oh yeah, no, it's fairly cheap coffee for what it's worth. I sell it pretty fucking cheap. Like, I don't need profit on this. I'm making so much profit everywhere else. I just don't give a fuck. I was like, here you go. Here's the entirety of all the coffee that you want. This is a 3-pound bag. You fucking ridiculous amounts of coffee. I'm not kidding. It was like some Guatemalan coffee I was doing. It was a nice sugary brown sugar and molasses and stuff like that. It's really fun. But it was like, here you go. Just pop it out. I the 3-pound bag. You know what it costs? $20. $20 for 3 fucking pounds. The fucking coffee that's roasted. I'm not even kidding. It was fun though. Yeah, hell yeah. No, it was like, here's my fucking barrel effective. No, it's opaque as fuck. But it's like, have fun, I guess, if you want whatever that noble gas is. I had so many people that were just storing this with a compressor into some fucking, like, other container after a while. Like, look at me, I bought so much of my coffee. Your coffee. Yeah, your coffee. Yeah. Not my coffee. God damn it. Yeah. But your coffee. And it's like, yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, guys. That's cool. No, it was pretty fun, truthfully. Yeah. I was just like, wonder what the fuck they're going to use it for. Because, like, it was, for me, for all intents and purposes, a 3-month thing. I knew I was doing it for a limited amount of time. And I knew I was going out with a bang. Like, they were fucked. They were so screwed. Like, no one was going to equal the coffee I was putting out. I was literally that guy. I was like, watch this. In 3 months, I'll take over your entire goddamn whole thing. Everybody will want this coffee. Like, Costco coffee, my ass. Oh, you get 2 pounds. Meanwhile, me, here's a 10-pound bag of fucking coffee. It'll be good for 5 years, guarantee. It has several chambers. You want only this amount of coffee. You want only this amount. You want only this amount. This is a big, ginormous one. This is all the fucking rest of it. It says store it in a cool, dry place. Yeah, okay. I was like, but for what it's worth, it's like the answer is yes. You should store it in a cool place, dry. This is so significant. Like it's gonna be so big of a deal. You know what I mean? Just copy the fucking and paste it. Stupid shit. Anyways, but it's not supposed to be stored in a hot environment and all that. But whatever. But yeah, no, it's preservative. It can only oxidize. It has that amount of pressure. It maintains it. It has a little bleeder system. You know what I mean? By that I mean it stores it in another chamber, which is part of the other chamber. But it's like whatever. It doesn't really matter. It's like I have a 10-pound fucking goddamn box barrel thing. You should say what it is. It's literally currently right. What's it? Let me just go fucking look it up. I have to do it again. It's fucking. Let me do the very thing that I'm trying to get you to do. Fucking damn bastards. Let me just look this up. Cheapest noble gases. Argon. Well, already know. You were correct. It was argon. Insensitive to chemical reactions with nitrogen, even nitrogen gas. Yes. So, which was the lowest energy radon? Yeah, I'm going to totally fucking like just radiate your damn. The cheapest noble gas that's most frequently used in applications is insensitive to chemical reactions with nitrogen. Even nitrogen gas N2 may be used as an inert gas. Yeah, but I don't want to increase the amount of nitrogen because it's giving it artificial nitrogen levels and an increase of crema for no damn reason. Which is like not what I wanted. The argon is too big, truthfully. Which is really what I did it for. To go into a large amount of the roast. So, but under the right pressure, it basically just stays in and it stays mostly on the outside. You know? But anyways, the reason why I did it was because it was like, here, I will sell bulk, large, ginormous amounts. And it's like single source, specialty, all the fucking things, you know what I mean? Like renewable, natural, energy was used. Which, no natural gas or any of that. But renewable resource, that kind of thing, was used specifically because I used argon also to heat this up. I used it with a filter specifically because I was like, well, I already have the argon, so might as well use it. The most least oxidative. No, because I still have to have some amount of oxygen in there for what it's worth. Although it has a degree of amount of its own. It's one of these weird catch-22s. It's like you have to have a certain amount, and if you go past a certain amount, then you're not going to do anything but burn it. But it increases Maillard reactivity when you do that, along with like this cool electro process I did. I used an electrostatic process that I would dump in when I would heat in, put in ionic air. So with the argon and whatnot, and the oxygen, and so I'd ground the coffee, and so I'd pump in ionic air with the oxygen, so on. And then I'd create a very specific profile of Maillard reaction for my roasting process. Not just heating and all that, but what that meant was, at the end of it, it was like, this is literally the greatest, best fucking coffee. I was like, yeah, no, I basically made sugars inside of the damn fucking roasted coffee bean. I was like, I made exactingly specific amounts because I was able to ground them and make that process what it was, caffeine. I was able to, like, really get rid of a large amount of the carcinogenic oxidized that I don't want reactions and make basically coffee taste better. That's all it really was. Yeah. But that's where it ended. It was like, so behold the coffee. And then I was like, 50 million. I'm going hard. You're going to have to be able to, you know what I mean, right? It's like, I'm going to sell. And it's like, no. But see, here's the thing. You could use my stuff. And we all know what happened the last time people bought my shit. And they were like, no, because bad PR, blah, 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 and so on. And they were like, no, but we can't use any of his things. We can't buy out your patents. He did not ever fucking sell them. I did not, no. Could make way more money. Especially when I was like, this is V2, this, because they changed their name, their business name, and I just sold it under that later. And I was like, behold the new market I hold on to with a very firm grip, with no trouble whatsoever, and literally, what is it that you provide? Especially when they're producing what is effectively garbage. Like, it would melt, or it would have this issue with reliability or explosive reactivity. Like, they were really bad at what they were doing. It's not even a joke. Really? Oh, well, I mean, that would suggest it was, like, something to do with my engine stuff. It's a whole other thing. I have to get off of that one. I don't really want to talk about what that was, but, like, for what it's worth, that is a problem that they were having. Okay, that's something. Yeah, it was a shit show. Uh, and I wanted to not have to deal with it. So, I was like, look, guys, it's okay. I'm just letting you know. I don't know about the quality. I know I have these and blah 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 stuff like that. And it tanked. Like, their whole company went crash and burn. It did not survive. It suffered. Yeah. They were like, no, we'll get better, and we're still great, and we'll honor repair or whatever, with a fucking crappier version. They're like, no, guys, well, see, this is the wrong application, okay? And it's like, this is exactly the thing I was doing before. What's the problem? But that's not what this is anymore. Oh, fucking shit. Anyways, I was having a fucking raucous time watching a bunch of people start direct messaging me for fucking part replacements. And, like, I know you're this or that or blah, but, like, could you? It's like, no. Remember you said this? Public apology. Some of them did it. It was great. They got stuff repaired. They got new things. I eventually created a new business with that. By the time I started my distribution stuff, right? And then it was like off to the races. It was just like, whoop, 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 whoop. I'm selling it. Why? Because I want to do other things. I want to do distribution. I want to focus on that. You can take this over, and I'll take 52% of everything you earn. Or I take all my shit. I took all my shit. I did the whole other thing again online. Hey guys, not me, quality, blah 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 blah. Oh, yeah, oh for you. They were like, we'll take you to court. They lost hard. Every fucking, they owed me money for fucking what was it, defamation and shit like that, pain and suffering and more. I had like over, so you're about 120 billion that they owed me. It's not a joke. You did owe me that amount. And they're like, we can't pay this. I was like, this asset, this, that, this, that. But you got your coffee business, though. Have fun. I was like, I'm a multi-billionaire. I was like, if you pay me this outright right now, which was only 12 billion, a tenth of what I was owed, I'll have you take that over. I took the assets. I got 12 billion and they got 120 billion over time. Ah! It was like, no. They're really good, competent coffee roasters and grinder and all their, they know what they're doing. I sold them. Really? Yeah, no, I mean, they're not going to be able to use any of my stuff, and they say that they are. I don't know how much I trust them, truthfully. So have fun with that. Wait, what? You already paid me my 12 billion. Bye. Fuck. What? So I had fun doing that for a long time. It's like, how did you exponentially grow? Well, I mean, I already had like a country conglomerate air train system, airship system, and more for shipping all my stuff. That's why I was able to sell it for fucking so cheap. I was like, this is super easy. This takes, I'm literally using air and electricity and shit like that, and it costs nothing to get it anywhere. Like, legitimately, yeah. I direct to their door with shit like that. I have my own shipping company that does in no way need to use your little, like, road things. You'd be surprised how fast people got real fucking angry with my company that I left. They were literally, it was good when this guy with all the, well, he's in, but it was good when he was running. I was like, anyways, I distribute all of your shit. I'm like in the public eye saying all my stuff. They're like, stop fucking, fucking, Elon. Well, I didn't do any of that. Last time I checked, I paid all my employees. Me. So much fun doing that. This was the last time I fucking checked. Motherfucker, everything I said is right. I debated very well all of your garbage shit. Stupidly well. I had a fun time doing that too. It was like, and you wanted your food, right? Did you like sewage being treated and your garbage taken care of? Let me just cancel that. You don't got it anymore. Here's the last day you've got. I'm on my own website, fucking adding the person like Elon Musk does. Let's see how well it runs with any of the other guys. How much you have to pay considering it's effectively free. At least I'm not this. Cool, yeah, no, saying words like that don't get you very far in this platform, bro. Guess who has to pay the troll toll? We actually have a legitimate troll toll. It's a real thing. It's like, for any new post, continuing your account. And then this is your ad, this is blah, 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 blah. You have to pay this, and you have to literally put dollars into my account to keep it. They can go anywhere else, dude. There's plenty of other options. The fucking no. There isn't. Oh, there isn't? There are others, as far as I'm aware, of many other companies and corporations. You're the cheapest, best fucking one. That's not my fault. I was like, remember when they were all angry? Some dude just made a structural supportive member called an engine a part of their car in Formula One. They were all like, "This is bullshit. You better tell us what you're doing." I was like, "Sure, yeah, no, but you can't use it though unless you want to pay me." Meanwhile, I'm making hand over fist so much fucking money from so many other people that are totally willing to fucking sell it themselves. There's still more than enough meat on that bone. I'm like, it's fine, guys. Whatever they sell it for, you can always buy it from me, though. But it's not yours, and it's not from you. It's still like 51%. I'm actually making more money on that motherfucker than when you buy it directly from me. But my principal, and tomorrow, my baby, Joe. I was laughing my ass off. I had literally close to fucking 980 fucking trillion dollars by that point. No, not trillion, billion, interrupter. Billion. I was evaluated as a multiple $100 trillion company, though. Because I was in, oh my god, like every country there is. Yeah, no. Yeah, I ran the entire world GDP. To put it in real perspective, nobody fucking really actually used anything other than me. I was like, your servers, mine. Your internet, mine. Your travel, mine. Your shipping, mine. Your logistics, mine. Your AI, mine. Your schools, mine. Your water, your garbage, your sewage, mine. Your food, mine. Meanwhile, oil, ding, 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 oil here, ding, ding. Meanwhile, me, what are you fucking using over there? Oil? I got you some oil right here. It's fucking cheap as shit, and it's definitely cleaner than that guy's. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Yeah! This is bad for the environment just the same! My engine will make it so you clean the air instead. Okay, so fuck off! I don't want to support any! Oh, yeah, no, that's really good. Here you go. Yeah, that's what I figured. Here's your clothes. Here's your computers. Here's your phone. Here's all the fashion trends I want you to have. Here's all the words I want you to say. Here's all the things I want you to think. Here's all the laws I want you to have. Here's all the things I want you to like. Here's all the religions, mine, that are acceptable. Here's the morals and ethics you'll teach your children, as I've taught you and your parents. Here's the healthcare. Here's what you'll think with it. Here's the science. Here's the this. Here's the that. All of it. I literally pay out the ass to make all of the science happen. Like, I am literally the one running research and development of the world right now. All colleges owe me money. Fuck. There's so much fucking goddamn information out there, though. It's insane. Like, oh, yeah, no, you want to know? You don't have to pay a couple billion now. Suck it. Well, have fun with that. Fuck you too. What the fuck you? You meanwhile me resources, 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 energy, 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 energy. All secured futures. All land of value mine. How not bad can I be? Do 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 do. Guess I'll just fucking make everything better. Look at the trees growing. How bad can you not be? Do 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 do. Here's a lot of money. Do 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 do. Ah, yes, no, so it's, it was just bought entire countries to go my way. I have hundreds of $1 trillion of enemies. I was like, I'm good for it, bro. Just give me about 2 years. I'll get it. Like, literally, here's a trill. I wasn't even kidding, man. Oh, God, it was so fun for a while there just to fuck with people. It's like, what do you do when a person owns multiple hundreds of thousands of billionaires and millionaires? Like, literally. Like, you literally are mine. All of your debt, all of your future, all of your business. Mine. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. It's like, well, fuck you too. No, no, no. You want a sponsorship, right? You want to make yours live. You want to have this advertising. I'm going to pay you for that advertising. It's going to be a roundabout. That advertising, that sponsorship, this, that, all that, that's mine. Influencers are like, I was like, what the fucking hell? Look at them not even realize that I'm literally paying all of them in a roundabout way. Like, that person's money goes to them only as a result of me paying that employee. Their fucking advertising comes from me and my website that they are on. Their sponsorship is from one of my companies, the numerous ones I have. Either own or because it's my product, I make 52% on it. Meanwhile, what's up, Unilever? Fuck. Look at all these massive corporations. You think they don't do this already, shit? No, 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 no. Yeah, it all goes back to certain people that do exactly that, that run the whole thing. It is literally the people that run the whole world. I just became a player in it. And then I fucking destroyed the whole planet. Because they were like, no, you still want to pretend. I was like, boom. What are you gonna do? Nuke me? Go ahead and try. I'm on the moon. I'll fucking grab it out of the damn fucking space you got between us. Proceed to fucking grab it out of the space we got between us. Yeet the fucking nuke at them. It's like, your country did this. This is If you apologize, I'll make sure it doesn't hit you. And then they apologized and begged for forgiveness. I was like, I did it the nice way. I mean that. I did it so nice. I was like, just fucking go to your local senator, House of Representative, email them. You don't get to work. You don't get to do any of that. I'll fucking take care of your goddamn food, water, blah, blah. For a while, let's just get this done. It's like changing America's Constitution, yeeting it out of here finally. Getting a proper fucking goddamn government installed. Yeah, it's going to be like, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to do it for the entire world. You're going to do this now. I literally run your entire world. It's not even a joke. If you have any capitalism anywhere, it's mine. That is mine. Like, oh, no, it's illegal. I have more fucking military might than all of your militaries combined. I don't care. I own all of your resources. I can turn off every bit of your shit. Nothing of yours is in any way something I give a fuck about. There's nothing you can do to prevent me. Oh. Yeah. No. You're trying to look at me over there, and I'm like, nah, I'm right here. Still. Looking down at you. Holy fuck, you really could do that. Yes, I can, and so can they. They just get told by government officials and so on that, oh, please, look, we'll give you this. If you don't, like, decide to go that far with it. If you don't want to tank our economy like that in about, this many number of years or something. With various too big to fail multiple conglomerates that are really more or less owned by one that most people don't, generally speaking, know exists. Till they get high enough up in the food chain, then they know. Oh, meanwhile, me. Yeet! Here's an asteroid that's the size of a planet. Fucking deal with it. It's not there. It's fucking there. What are you doing? He controlled weather. Fuck off. He can kill whoever. Why won't you just do it? Fucking stand up to him. Get rid of the idea of having leaves matter. Fight for me to be your leader. You don't need to do that. You were serious about fight for me to be your leader. Yeah, that's the only way out of this. Seriously. I'm not even kidding. With all that you stole from me and everything else that's gone on, you'd better fucking do that. Otherwise, I'm not taking you. I'm not gonna fucking deal with it. Screw this shit. Right, yeah. Except you're not a leader. No, I'm just fucking recording in my goddamn apartment, dude. Like, come on. It's true, though. Yeah, right? Isn't that fucking shitty? Point is, though, RICO charges, I can get you on RICO charges because they were hacking you and you had no power or control over this and you were the leader somehow and ordered things and now we know that you mimic people and that really wouldn't stop the fact that a lot of government officials and more were definitely involved, along with corporations and quite a bit more conspiratorial efforts of multiple people. And money to back them, which we just talked about. Who wouldn't want to lose their control? It sounds paranoid and conspiratorial, but the shoe fits, bro. I mean, they're the ones that are paranoid and conspiratorial. Come on. They did do that. That is really going on right now. That is literally the case of what's happening. Meanwhile, wiggle my fingers towards you and die, bitch. I don't need you. Like, literally, I don't care. You know what I mean? I really don't. I am that guy. I say, I'm good. Whatever. Who gives a shit? You won't slice. Yeah, middle finger. Pow, 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 pow. Okay, so he'll do it. I don't care. Okay. All right. Well, moving on. So, what are we doing next? Isn't that a thing? Yeah, no. Anyways, you had a good coffee? Oh, yeah, super. You know, I had a couple more while you were going through that. It's not great thinking about this stuff because it's not paranoia. Like, that's a genuine thing. There are multiple large corporate and even private owned that people often don't know about that do run a lot more than you know. That's banks too, yeah. Yeah, banks literally own like so much of that. Like, that shipping company isn't going to be able to do anything unless a bank is there. They literally own the company, if you didn't know. Uh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of stuff like that. You'd be surprised how quickly you can whittle it down to exactingly a few thousand people that are really the ones doing everything. And of that few thousand, it's really because of factions and all that. Only a few, 10, really five at most, that really do all of it. It's not even a joke. It's literally what the case is. Like a few tens are really just people that go to various people. Five is really kind of what it is, but yeah, it alters itself and changes as necessary. That has nothing to do with being the singular richest, because that's irrelevant. They're controlled by people that are like that. It wouldn't matter how rich a billionaire is. This person could literally be flying under your radar of $30,000 salary, but actually controls everything because everything's in their name. Like, effectively, it all boils down to a few people that really have all the control and authority. They say this, that happens. Wouldn't it be nice if it was me that had all that money? Like, it was in my name somehow? Fucking make this world a better place, tell you that much. It's a good thing in the future that was a thing that I ended up doing. Talking about the future. I was like, when did this? Where did you do? What? And it's like, yeah, no, it's a whole thing. It's supposed to be a future scenario. Which I'm pretty sure you caught up on that pretty quickly. But it's a plan I have. It's like, why the fuck not? I basically control all of your shit so fucking free. This is kind of the worst part because it's like, remember those people I just talked about? The banks and so on? They have no control or authority anymore. You see how it, like, gets around them? Like, super fast. So fast. Like, all you have to do is remove that middleman. The idea is if it's worth something, and they have nothing now. Nothing about them is worth anything. You can literally just remove them. The whole thing works. They're so unimportant. It's like you have resources, you got transportation, you got everything you need. Literally all that, yeah. I kept trying to tell people that. It's like, this is how to make it yourself. Here's a bunch of things that'll even make it for you, for yourself. And you can even go through this learning and all that, and for yourself. Why do you think I just started fucking yeeting asteroids at fucking goddamn people? I was like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this? Oh my god! You have a right to repair. You have all the fucking goddamn, like, literally everything afford. Why do you even need this shit? What is the point of this money? Made no sense anymore. It didn't make any sense. I was like, why the fuck is this a thing? And it's like, that's why it's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know what I mean? When they talk about the leaves and those fucking, like, out of, like, total touch with reality, as if this is necessary, and they got yeeted off the planet that they were on, and they landed on here. Not the same thing for what it is. I tell people that really happened, but, like, yeah, that's what effectively people have become. It's a real problem. It's like, what the fuck's the point of this? You can literally, it's convenience. Dude, it takes nothing to do some of this. Like, it's not even that hard. You know what I mean? It's really not, logistically speaking, at all. But it's like, all right, so, like, well, I got a few $100 trillion valuation for my company, which meant I was worth more than all the banks. The banks suddenly owed me things. Granted, I did it without ever using the banks. That's right. This is a didn't say anything until this point moment, and you most likely didn't get to it. But I made my own bank and registered it that way. I had the money. I knew that that would be the right call. I had only $100K to make some shit happen, but still, the money I had made from that previous business sale meant I had the ability to make a bank with myself. Pay my own salary, all the rest of it, bank with others. It's online, also has a physical operation, and it has assets tied to it. Collateral was able to be achieved. I never gave myself a loan. I never took a loan from anyone else. And I brute forced all of the world's economy by doing that. Other banks relied on me for collateral, for leverage, for money, for loans, for anything. Especially when I owned all of their commerce. For distribution, servers, internet, operating systems, phones, TV, computers. They wanted to get any food, they wanted to get any lighting, they wanted to get any water, they ever wanted to have their sewage treated, any garbage taken care of. They were most likely using me or using something that was using me. All of that money that they ever had was funneled into me. And I was evaluated and then made to be worth more than the entire world's GDP several times over for quite a few years. That's my company. I still have a few $10 trillion myself. It's just as a personal, like hard, liquid, actual cash in bank. That happened in about 5 years. They had no ability to do jack shit. That little, like, I'm going to try and make it dip. Boop. Nope. Wait, what? Yeah, no. What do you know? I'm still fucking exponentially growing. Why? I don't need your money. I don't need your resources. I don't need anything about you. I literally don't need any of it. I literally can make all my own shit. I have all of it taken care of. Literally. I am buying the very country that you're trying to use to go after me. They would rather go with me and go with my money and my techniques and my technology and my engineering and all the rest of it than your ass. They would rather yeet the very idea of Christianity out for my religion. So it makes them happier. I respect them properly. I give them dignity. I don't yell and scream at them. I allow for there to be a back and forth and conversation, and everything is as best as possible taken care of, like I've talked about, for how it is I run my stuff. You don't do that. You're a piece of shit. All of you are. Nobody likes you. I did indeed do that. So, good coffee though. Yeah. Yeah, I sold moon coffee. The first coffee ever grown on the moon. That was like the last hurrah. I'm not even kidding. Like that was before the fucking asteroids started falling. Really? Yeah, some places just wouldn't change. It's like, what the hell is wrong with you? What value do you have? Like you have no resource. Your land is his. Your companies are his. Your employees are his. Your money is not yours. It's his. You have to pay him somehow. Where is anything of value of yours that you state that you have so much high value? Why do you think they never want me to get anywhere? Okay. Right. It couldn't possibly be a thing. I'm hearing lies come out of a bullshitter's mouth. I didn't know diarrhea came so fucking fast. Okay. Well, moving on, right? Yeah, well, it was good coffee. It's okay. Besides, yeah, it could have made it better, truthfully. Really? Yeah, after I learned a few things about how to replicate or well alter things at a molecular to atomic elemental level, I could have made it way better. Still, it was pretty fucking. Are you kidding me? This is phenomenal fucking coffee. Some of them had it for the future. They're around, future affect past kind of stuff. But it's sort of something of my past that I talked about as well in Chandler. I really don't know if that's ever gonna really be a thing, considering most of my shit's in the toilet in terms of the prognosis of like how the future's gonna go and the triage I'm gonna have to do. Egos from certain individuals. Am I right, folks? Yeah. Oh, not your life is the reason why. No, the possibility of humanity and all that. He really doesn't care. No, it's just a whole thing. Was it supposed to happen? I'm being paid to literally just say this to you as if it means anything. Ding, 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 ding. Got your bell rang over there, dude. You need a clock. Moving on. The moon coffee was fine. It's just there's only realistically speaking, certain ways to make coffee. And you only need about 5% at most of any given variable of slightly larger or slightly smaller, with the rest of it being 90% of that type of coffee, ground size and shape. It allows for the compactness, but it really depends on your type and style of pour over and immersion brew. And if you do an immersion brew, you should really try and get a Hario switch for like a type of immersion pour over kind of combo. It allows for you to get a finer grind that has been talked about, right? Like by Lance Hedrick, cool dude, or the Clever, which I'm not the biggest fan of the Clever. The Clever is not super terrible. The problem is it likes to gum up. I'm not a big fan of that. And so, like a good grinder type, like in terms of how that works, it will help you out, especially when it comes down to like, well, it'll still allow for all of it to flow through. Because now you don't have to worry about it having all these little fines that have to, expand, but you usually do want to do that, allowing for it to expand. And then after you've already had the hot water in there first, and then putting in, the pour over after that, it allows for you to get a consistent pour over and Hario switch like technique out of the Clever with a standard paper filter. Works pretty darn well. It's okay, if I'm going to be honest. It's okay. You know what I mean? Right? But it's like the grind that you can get from my grinders would make that way better. So, this is what it is. All right. Over 4 hours long, almost 4.5 hours long later, and you have heard a lot, so have fun.